Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more of the First Descendant, and today is the first day of the new Invasion expansion. There are several new things that just came out, and these are the highlights right here. Invasion, which is a new type of mission, Haley, a new character, various cosmetics, and then long-term grinding targets and rewards. Outside of that, I think just general farming stuff. Oh, and I did several things to wrap up a few of the season-based challenges before the new season began, so just got some of those different character skins. So I have done a tiny little bit of the new season, basically just clearing out inventory space and a little bit of just absolutely basic grinding, but have not yet experimented at all with any of the new mechanics or anything like that. So that's all still new to me, and I have not yet checked it out. I guess we'll just take a quick look at research, in part because it is just instinct for me at this point to immediately walk over here as soon as I log into the game. Oh, actually there's a more minor thing. Of course, there's all the new stuff, but let's see. We do have some research that is done. Greg's Reverse Fate, we have at least one of those primed and ready to go. This will be an upgrade, because of course we did already have, I think we'd already upgraded it once before. So we're making some half-decent progress there. Then, Final Masterpiece, can pick up another one of those. We also had at least one of these before. This might even be our third, I'm not sure. So that's definitely not going to be enough to max it out. Then I think just a little bit of stuff on the enhancement material side, nothing too significant there. I did do a little bit of farming for the crystallization catalysts. If we get just a tiny bit more of the neural circuits, we can get one more going, which might not be a terrible thing to get in the relatively near future, so we can just get that timer going, since it does take 7.5 hours to craft these guys. But the other thing of note... Oh. Okay. Apparently we just did something significant. Obtain an ultimate tier weapon. Alright, sure. And as you see, that gets us all the way up to level 4, because I did do just enough to get us a little bit of the season experience already. But one of the other things that I did, just in passing, at one point, in fact, it might have been for one of those seasonal challenges from the previous season, was I combined some modules, which is something that I had not really spent a lot of time or effort doing in the past, because it seemed like it required a pretty dedicated attempt in order to get anything useful out of it. But by just throwing together some of the ultimate rarity modules that we had numerous copies of, it seems like there's actually a pretty decent chance for the rarity to increase when you do this. So obviously we're trading 4 for 1, so from that standpoint, not great. It comes with a small gold fee, but that's not a huge deal. But it felt like something along the lines of 25% chance for this to go up 1 rarity tier, and in that case, that means Transcendent rarity. So I actually did get a few new Transcendent rarity modules like this. We did already have a couple of these at least, so that's not really new, but I mean, to a certain extent, anything Transcendent rarity is nice. But we could potentially see if there are any other new Transcendent rarity stuffs we could get. Overwhelming defense, I know we had at least one of those. That's not really all that significant. So most of the time you are going to get... oh, that's already 4. Most of the time you are going to get just the same rarity stuff. There's a chance we didn't have this. There's also some things that only come from combining, right? Yeah. So that's, for example, not really something that I've paid much attention to. So I imagine most of those combining only mods we just don't have. And I also very well may not okay, we did apparently have Frigid Burn, because it's showing up right here. But I might not even recognize if we were to get one that was only possible to acquire via combinations. So the most obvious thing, at least to me, was, oh hey, these are Transcendent rarity things. And in some cases, ones that we did not even have before. kind of just hoping we get one more Transcendent rarity one. Hopefully one that's actually new to us. I don't know if I've seen this. Have I? Oh no, I think I have. Shot Focus is a mod that gives you firearm damage at a negative skill power damage. Oh yeah, I think you were talking about that the other day, and it did sound intriguing, because it's pretty rare that you get anything affecting weapon damage from the Descendant module category. That's not an easy thing to do. I am not 100% sure if we had this. It might have been one of the ones that I got from the Transcendent rarity stuffs earlier this past week. But okay, I suppose that is more or less what I was looking for. So let's just take a quick peek at what those new ones are, because I don't even think I looked at them, the new ones at least, because I kind of wanted to, unveil them here and react live, what have you. So let's see. If we go to sort by, well, I mean, I kind of want to sort by both tier and new, but we definitely had this, definitely had this, definitely had that. This might be new for us. Oh no, I remember the Ice Needle. Glacial Cloud? That might be new. That does not sound familiar, but it sounds kind of cool. This is definitely new. Spiral Tidal Wave. Bubbles no longer bounce off the ground, but are now projectiles that are fired forward. Attracts Gluttony's impurities. I don't know what that means, outside of... Well, I assume Gluttony is a reference to the Colossus, but I have not yet done that fight, so that's presumably some mechanic that I have no experience with. Then this is the one that we just got, but I think it does show that we have two of them, but I think I have not checked this out because we only had gotten it from one of those combinations that I was doing earlier this week. Leaps forward without creating a puddle and deals damage to the surrounding enemies on landing. The more enemies with laundry, the more damage inflicted. Huh. So it's like the, it's that skill that has Valby dive underground and then quickly pop back up a distance away, has a circular area of effect that can get fairly large, and usually would create a puddle both around where you initiate and where you land that maneuver. But I guess in this case, it might still make a puddle where you enter, because it only says leaps forward without creating a puddle. Well, no, it's probably on both sides that it gets rid of it. But I assume the damage potential is much higher in this case, at least if there are already a lot of enemies that have the laundry, which is the debuff that Valby deals by putting people in that water. Oh, wait, hold on, let me double check. Did I see your very first message? Oh, I did see that. Yeah, I did. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. This new... I remember seeing this at some point in time. It might have been all the way dating back to the beta. This is definitely new. Modifies life siphon to allow absorption of life spheres during non-frenzied state. I don't really understand what that means, because you can pick up those life spheres, I think, when you're in the non-frenzied mode, or, I mean, have I just been completely negating them whenever I do that? Not that I do that all the time, but body enhancement, I think that might be new. Increases max HP, defense, and shield, and using the skill fully restores void energy. However, skill cooldowns and skill costs increase. Okay. Several things we'd already seen. Don't remember if we had seen these. Throw a projectile forward that spawns flame zone where it lands. I think we had seen that. I think we had that a while. I mean, so many of these things are on characters that we've never used, so we just haven't really had much reason to focus on them much. This, I think, is new. Massive sanguification. Oh, this one is the best Glay mod. Interesting. Okay. So that might actually be worth investing in, because we've not really used any of these, and certainly have not invested in any of the Transcendent rarity modules yet. So that's good to know. This might be new. Yeah, airborne, continuously consume magnetic force, drop bombs, or some of this might have come from at the end of our previous session. I think this is also new. I mean, we don't have Kyle, so it's not a huge deal. And this is the one that we also just got, although we already had it, as I said. We technically have repeats of several of the Transcendent module stuff, so if we really wanted to, we could just, spam Transcendent modules too and potentially get some new ones, but I'm a little less keen on that since they do have, such a high rarity, such a low drop chance. But okay, so that's the new big stuff for us, and then I think in terms of what we'd like to actually do today, of course, the new stuff, which I believe comes from, oh no, not this. Actually, if we talk with Nell, she might give us the details. Because as much as we have skipped through dialogues in the past, this might not be a bad time to get some sort of intro about what the new features are.
Do you need information? What about?
A mysterious phenomena.
This is HQ. Sending to all Descendants on standby. We're receiving multiple requests for reinforcements due to Vulgis attacks at strategic points in each zone. Corel and the Vulgis main fleet should be gone, but the enemy's attacks are intensifying. All available Descendants, please review the briefing sent to your receive and carry out your assigned mission.
Nell, could you assign a different Descendant to my mission?
Balby? Is something wrong?
Honestly, I haven't been feeling well recently. I feel pain whenever I use my RK abilities. It feels like a huge kind of force inside me.
Feels like something twisting inside you, right?
How did you know?
Damn it. Some of the other Descendants have similar symptoms, including me.
It's the same with me. I thought it was just fatigue, but something doesn't feel right.
For now, those who are able to be deployed, please switch missions with other Descendants. HQ will investigate the situation.
I can see many Descendants are suffering from the same symptoms. I am also experiencing. My code is becoming unstable. Because this phenomenon also affects me, I believe the cause is related to RK. I'll investigate the origin of these issues while you carry out your mission.
Okay. Yeah, that's... We acknowledge that there is a new character, but we did not yet take a look at her, so it's probably worth taking a peek. And trying to unlock her might be one of our higher priorities, especially if she is a particularly good character. Let's take a look. So...
Are you ready to be shocked?
It's Haley here, I think.
Target confirmed. Ready to fire.
Okay. So, I think she's, at least lore-wise, supposed to be sort of like the dedicated sniper rifle character. I don't know if that has ties to her skills. Presumably it does in some way. What else can we learn about her? Okay. So she has chill abilities is the first thing that I'm noticing, and I think that is significant because Viessa was... I mean, if you want to count Ultimate Viessa and Viessa as separate characters, I mean, okay, you can make that argument, but for all intents and purposes, there's only one chill character, so I think it is good to have at least two of each element, so, well, I suppose there is technically one other thing. On the new character front,
Target
where are you? Didn't they add an ultimate Freyna? Why am I not seeing her right now? Maybe I'm, for some reason, glossing right over it, but I thought I heard that they were going to add an ultimate Freyna, which I'm just not whatever reason. Maybe I'm just going right over her repeatedly. But, anyway, my point being that that's another character who is, well, another element, toxic, that only has one character, or two if you want to count now the ultimate Freyna. But good to have more variety, so you actually have choices when it comes to a specific element. So, what is the deal with Haley? So first, we have... wait, what is this? Oh, Cryo Round. I was like, that's such a generic name. I didn't even realize that was the name of the skill. Okay, so Chill and Dimension, which is also significant because right now, VS is the only other Chill character. Her skills are a combination of Fusion and Tech, so Dimension is totally new to combine that with Chill. So fires a Cryo Round at enemies in front to deal damage and inflict Cryo. Targets with Cryo stacks receive additional damage and lose 1 stack when hit by Haley's firearm attack. Okay, so it's a temporary debuff that I assume is going to make weapons deal more damage, but then it naturally expires when you hit them with those weapons. So it's the one skill, so presumably it's going to be the quickest cooldown, just 8 seconds. MP 22, damage is low, unsurprisingly, given that it's the initial skill and it's might primarily be about the debuff. Cryo has a 12-second duration, 50% damage bonus? Wait, hold on. No, that can't be right. Oh, and Freyna, Ultimate Freyna isn't coming out until October. Okay, gotcha. So I'm not going crazy. But yeah, hold on. 50% additional damage with a maximum of 9 stacks. Is that 50% additional damage at 9 stacks? Or is that 50% additional damage per stack, and you can get up to 9 of them, meaning you can get up to 450% additional damage? Because that would be unbelievable. That seems way too high for that to be the way that works. Flash freezing lasts for 12 seconds. Slows enemies' attack speed. Oh, okay, well, hold on. I'm noticing that says 5% per stack, whereas that is not the case on the additional damage. So I think the cryo does not increase the effectiveness of the debuff based on number of stacks. I don't know why stacks... Well, I guess stacks matter because that just affects how many times you can shoot the enemy before the debuff goes away. And I think that's the only reason why it's relevant. But okay, then you have you slow the enemy attack speed, that can get increased. And then the flash freezing Colossus Commander, okay, it's the same thing, but it's less effective. That slowing effect when it's going against the big bosses, either at the end of the dungeon or in an actual Colossus fight. What's up, Lilac? How's it going? No worries. Good to have you. Okay, we're just checking out this brand new character that we've never seen before. Trying to understand how her skills work. We've not yet unlocked her, but we'd like to know what the deal is with her. Okay, so then there's Storm Snare, and now it's singular. That's another category that we have not yet seen for chill characters. That's kind of annoying in that it is nice when the characters of the same element have all the same labels, and that way you can just have the same reactors that work for one character apply to another character. You don't have to worry about having 5 different reactors for all the different characters of an element. But, well, that may end up being the case, because it doesn't look like you're going to be able to share much between Haley and Viessa. But so she, with Storm Snare, unleashes a chill vortex around her, knocking back hit targets and firing a massive freezing beam in the direction of the crosshairs. Inflicts cryo on targets. Hits based on... Wait, what? Inflicts cryo on targets hit based on enemy AoE? That grammatically makes no sense. I cannot understand what they're trying to say there. Do they mean that it debuffs the enemies with cryo that are hit by that initial area of effect that goes around Haley? But that's not what it means as written grammatically. As written grammatically, It is based on the area of effect that the enemies have, which I've no idea how you would ever calculate that, or how that would, you would think vary from one enemy to the, I don't get it. But let's see. So in this case, longer cooldown, higher cost to launch the skill. The damage is way higher, understandably, because this looks a lot more like it's supposed to be a damaging skill. Number of cryo effects inflicted from freezing beam direct hit. 5. Okay, so you get several stacks of the debuff if you hit them with the beam, whereas if you hit them with the AoE, you get a fewer number of stacks on them. Then chill vortex effect range. Oh, yeah. That's the area of effect that goes directly around you. It's 5 meters. Number of cryo effects inflicted. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the chill vortex, the circle around you, actually does the most stacks of the debuff, followed by the beam. Oh. God, freezing is so confusing. The chill vortex is the circle around you. That gives you 9 stacks of the debuff. The beam is the next most. That's 5 stacks of debuff. And then the freezing beam area of effect damage is the one that has the confusing description in terms of how the area is calculated as well. So, okay. Same details on the debuff for cryo, and likewise with the flash freezing, I think. Okay. Yeah, the descriptions are not helping much the way they are written, but alas, I imagine much of that is probably due to translation, what have you. You want to build for chill singularity for Haley. What's that? Cryo round, storm snare. Okay, hold on. Then we have cold fury. That's dimension. That's the same category as the first one, right? Yep. Okay, so what's the deal with this one? Grants Haley cold fury every second. The cold fury effect gradually decreases her movement speed. Oh, it makes her slower, but greatly increases her firearm and skill critical hit rates and firearm penetration. Okay, so get slower, but deal way more damage. When you get to the maximum number of stacks, you become immune to knockdown and gain an increase to firearm and skill crit damage. However, when using roll or grappling hook, the stacks decrease. Okay, so yeah, walk slowly to increase damage. The things that would be potential workarounds like rolling or using your grappling hook decrease the effectiveness, so it's preventing you, or at least discouraging you from doing those workarounds. So how big are those buffs? So this is only a 5-second cooldown. It's very quick cooldown, and it's also very inexpensive from a mana standpoint. Oh, wait, continuous MP cost every second. Okay, no, it is not necessarily cheap from a mana standpoint. It's more like Bunny's extra movement speed skill, speed of light, except in this case you're going slower. Okay, but what is the buff? So firearm crit rate goes up 2.5% per stack, and so does the skill crit rate. Firearm penetration amount increases by 20. That seems like just a flat number. It's not based on the number of stacks. Firearm penetration, okay, but it does increase by 6 per stack, okay. Maximum stacks is 16. So that's what? 32, that's 40%, right? My mental math is correct. Maximum of 40% extra skill and weapon crit rate. That's pretty good. Movement speed per stack eventually hits negative 40% as well. So that's not so great. Stack reduction when using movement skill. You lose 3, I assume that means you lose 3 stacks when you use a grappling hook or roll. Additional buffs at max stacks. Oh, then you get another 20%. Okay, so you max out at technically 60%. Oh no, that's damage though. You max out at 40% crit rate, and crit damage maxes out at 20%. Add those two things together, and that's still quite solid. And if you can sustain the mana cost, then you could fire multiple times and still get this effect, I would think. So okay, that seems good. Zenith. Okay, this is theoretically the ultimate. Look at the skill power of the
Target
two.
confirmed.
Yeah, no, this number was really high,
Fire.
for sure. For sure. But what is the deal with the Zenith? So, equips her unique weapon. Okay, I will admit, in general, I do not like the unique weapon ultimate skills, and that is an understatement. They feel really underwhelming, for the most part, and it varies a little bit from one character to the next, but I'm hoping, it's slow in this case based on the animation, what with that fancy schmancy twirl, but maybe it makes it feel a little more significant, because Freyna's in particular, I hate, because it just feels like this is supposed to be my ultimate skill, and it feels like I'm just firing a normal weapon right now. It does not feel like it's, special in any way. So hopefully this one does not work like that. So you get the unique weapon. When hitting an enemy with this unique weapon, greatly increases penetration and firearm attack, and deals additional chill skill damage. Recover a portion of MP upon successfully attacking weak points. Partially decrease the cooldown of the unique weapon skill when the skill ends, depending on the number of fired bullets. When you say depending on, do you mean you fire more and it improves the cooldown, or you fire less and it improves the cooldown? Because we've seen things that improve weapon damage, so I can see how she is a weapons-oriented character, but she is, at least canonically, supposed to be the, or thematically supposed to be the sniper rifle person, so this, that makes sense from a crit standpoint, but that could work with any type of weapon. Now, if this skill works best by firing just a one or a very small number of shots, then that starts to feel more snipery. So let's see. Cooldown 30 seconds. That's actually really fast for an ultimate. Cooldown reduction when skill ends could be as high as 90%, so it could be a lot shorter than 30 seconds as he swipes his headphones off his head. Let's see. Exclusive weapon. It's the unique weapon. Same damage as your starting weapon, but then you also get an additional 3,400% damage, so it's not really the same after that. Then you also get 50% firearm increased damage. Okay. Default number of bullets is 4. And MP recovery per weak point attack 15%. Is there a way you can increase the number of bullets? Because, okay, now I'm starting to see...
Target confirmed.
If you only get 4 bullets, and the damage is all based on the base weapon of your gun, then this is where you want a gun that maximizes the amount of damage per shot, so you get the most out of those 4 shots. Because if, for example, you're firing a little SMG that usually fires a bazillion shots but only has a very small amount of damage per shot, getting only 4 shots out of your ultimate is not going to do that much. However, if you have, on the other end of the spectrum, a sniper rifle that only shoots a small number of bullets but has tons of damage per shot, then you're still getting huge value out of those 4 shots, because that could be, full clip or more. And this is where it seems like, okay, she is legitimately a sniper rifle character and not just someone who has a sniper rifle on the videos promoting her, but in truth, any old weapon would work with her. And then what is her passive? Safe strategic retreat. So proportional to the distance between the enemy and Haley, weak point damage decreases the closer you are to the target and increases the further you are from the target. Okay, so here's another thing that makes you deal more damage. I mean, technically you could fire from far away for any weapon, but there are some that have hard limits in terms of how far they can fire, and every weapon will deal less damage if you're not at the optimal range. So, once again, it's not saying explicitly that you need to use sniper rifles, but it is encouraging you to do so.
Target confirmed.
So let's see, the reference distance is 12.5 meters. You get, at 25 meters or more, 50% increased damage. 25 meters is not crazy. What is it? It's like 25 to 50 meters is the range of a lot of weapons. And then if you go sniper rifle, then you actually, in some cases, want to be a little further than that, I think. So, okay. She seems interesting. Super powerful if you take... Yeah, so piercing light is what? I've seen the name of it, but I don't think I've unlocked it yet. I assume it's a sniper rifle. I know it's an ultimate weapon, but I assume it's a sniper rifle then. I might have a piece or two for it, but I definitely have not made a concerted effort to farm it.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
Weapon... Where are you? Oh, I have one piece to it? Okay. And based on how this is high-powered rounds, I assume... And it looks like a sniper rifle? Yeah, I assume this is a sniper rifle. First firearm to apply an energy polymer has the ability to eliminate an enemy's enhanced effect. Okay. I don't know if we have any ultimate weapons that are, sniper rifles yet. Highest hitting single shot. Okay, well that makes sense. As we were saying, that is seemingly the best way to optimize around those skills. Now, we did just pick up some ultimate weapons, so it may make sense for us to enhance our... What was it? Greg's Reverse Fate was one of them, and you were the other, I believe. Just quickly do that. Okay, enhance unique ability. We'll take one of you and enhance you here. This apparently is the first time we've upgraded the ability here. So we reduce the accuracy penalty. We increase the rate at which it triggers the special bonus effect of this unique weapon. The radius gets larger, and the number of projectiles that rain from the sky increases as well. So that seems like that's actually pretty significant, that upgrade. I thought we had one more of those. Let's... Oh, hold on. No, let's upgrade the level 100 version. Final Masterpiece. I don't even remember what this one is. Oh, is it the one that changes the type of buff that it gives you depending on something? After reloading, grants one of 3 different abilities at random. Okay. There was a penalty for reload time. It'll get a little bit smaller here. The duration of the buffs is a little bit longer. Okay. And then the weak point damage at different stages. Oh, I was gonna say, it just seems strange that... Does it automatically switch to a different buff once that duration decreases, or is it only once you reload? Because if you just hold on to a weapon, or you just hold on to this thing, don't fire it very long, and you go longer than 6 seconds without reloading, then do you have no ability, or does it change to the other one automatically? Because if it doesn't, if it already changes automatically, then the extra duration doesn't really do anything. It just means you have a longer time per specific buff, but it doesn't, it just means it changes less often. It doesn't really directly benefit you all that much. But the weak point damage gets a little bit better. Actually, somewhat significantly better. In that phase, firearm crit rates... Yeah, okay. That does get better. And then fire rate... Sure, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Do we have more ultimate weapons that are just lying around that we've not yet used? Because, well, we had already upgraded some of that stuff but... Oh, okay. No, when you first get it, it does not have any of the little icons there. Okay. So we had already upgraded once. Okay. For some reason, I thought you automatically started with the one little icon there, even when you first unlock something. But yes, that means we've upgraded Greg's Reverse Fate twice in that case. Alright. I think we are done with the logistics. Oh, and the shotguns don't work for Haley's ability because it works per pellet. That feels kinda mean. I mean, I get it. You're trying to kinda say that you're trying to encourage sniper rifles on Haley without limiting it to just sniper rifles, but it does feel like that's maybe a little too heavy-handed in that case. Because that means shotguns are horrendous with her, you would think. But anyways, so, as for... I mean, we could see how you craft her. In fact, I think I took a quick peek, and it's kind of unique. Because Big Country, you were saying it takes a little bit of time to do that. And the reason why that is the case may be because in order to get her...
I'm waiting.
You have to get Haley reinforced cell DNA, and unlike other characters where usually that final piece is just one rare item that needs to drop, there are 36 of those you need. 36 of these as well, the stabilizer components, 36 of the spiral catalyst rings, and even the data chips. So I don't know where you get this stuff, but I take that to mean it works a little differently than many of the other things. Huh. It does drop from normal. These are, the end zone dungeons. This is more what I expected. The new mechanic, the invasion, I thought would be the only way to get this stuff, and that makes sense. She's, the character that released at the same time the new invasion mechanic launched, so understandably they tie those two things together. But the invasions. Let's take a look at what the invasions are. So, oh, actually, there might be kind of an interrelation between those two different ways in which you can get this stuffer, because if, for example, we were to look at either you, or where's the other one for this zone? It's this one? Let's just hop over for a second. So I want to see when we're loading up this encounter if the UI is a little bit different. So I think this is where you initiate one of those invasions. This? No, it's actually right down there. I walked right past it. This would be an end area dungeon. Let's see. Usually you have the choice to swap between two amorphous materials types, so that's the same. This, at least from a UI standpoint, is different. I didn't really experiment with it before, so it seemed like you had a little more flexibility with how you chose to apply these modifiers before, whereas now they may only be coming in these batches. That might be slightly different, but that's not really what I'm looking for. I thought this was, I assumed this was where you would get the invasion stuff activated, but only unlock the invasion dungeon after the missions. Interesting. Okay. So you basically do the dungeon, and then after the fact, you have a new thing afterward. I mean, that turns what is already one of the longer missions into an even longer mission, which, I mean, obviously I haven't tried it yet, but I'm not super thrilled about that prospect. Okay. I mean, I guess we'll go in with Bunny. I don't really know what we're going for here, and I also did not necessarily pick a particular. Well, okay. Let's at least make sure this gives us something decent. Ultimate Glay, Capital Spiral. Okay, I mean that is actually something we'd like to. There's a chance we already have that, but I know we have some Glay parts. I don't know if that's one of them, but we'll go for it nonetheless. All right, so I guess we start public. I think the invasion itself is a solo type thing, but we'll see. Which is in part why I'm a little hesitant to take Bunny, because although she is good for clear speed, if we do need to solo with her, she is not the tankiest of characters. That makes me a little concerned, but who knows? We'll test it out.
Now here. Commence
Oh yeah, no, we
mission
were
to
doing this
recapture
one
the Calico ossuary.
several times, I think, for farming blade purposes, so there is a chance that we've already gotten this component. In which case, oh well. It's one dungeon run. We'll be okay. There's, of course, still a chance for other things to drop, other than that Glade component. This boss has a lot of toxic damage. Don't remember what, if any, toxic resistance we currently have. There's missions you've unlocked that you unlock. We have to do other missions first. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll run one of these. Maybe this is the right way to set it up. Maybe it isn't. But ultimately, probably best for us to do some testing ourselves, right? Worst comes to worst, we do a dungeon and, you know, we don't get much else beyond the typical dungeon rewards, but certainly could be worse. I don't remember this door being so low. Also don't remember that much of a wall of enemies being in that location. Yeah, this way that the enemies are spawning here feels different. It feels like a lot denser enemy spawns than usual. Oh, because this... Wait, yeah, the way this zone was structured was different. This used to be a place where you had to stand in a specific spot in one of those circles for a little while. And then didn't we hear that they were going to consider getting rid of those mission components altogether? And so maybe that's what it looks like, is now just more enemies spawning all at once instead of having to stick around in one location. Which is probably, I mean, it's certainly more dynamic, at the very least. It's potentially faster if you have the damage and area of effect to take all those enemies out. So I imagine that may make it better by many accounts. Yeah, they changed the dungeons so you don't have to defend points anymore. So that would have been what we would have done in the previous room. That is interesting. That is no longer a thing. Is that exclusively in the dungeons, though? Because, I mean, there were missions that were only defending a specific zone. Outside of dungeons, that is. Smaller one-off missions. They make this section longer to make up for it. It kind of feels like it. I feel like this usually did not have quite as many enemies spawning here, or if it did, then it was spread out a little bit more, because there's another device. Yeah, no, this is definitely taking longer. Because there are multiple devices in this area, but the number of enemies per device seems significantly higher.
You're next.
Which I guess makes sense, since in the previous room, after getting rid of the whole this area component, definitely went much faster. So, way to balance that out a bit. There's that. This stayed the same? Really? This feels like it's taking 2 to 3 times longer than before. I mean, structurally, it's maybe still the same, but just the number of enemies feels much higher. Which functionally means it takes longer. Maybe I just zoned out every prior occasion on which I've done this dungeon. Didn't realize how many enemies there actually were. I suppose that's possible too. Like, it feels like it says we have to kill 86 enemies before we can destroy this device. That feels way higher. This. Hold on. I thought I saw some gold over there. We already destroyed that one. Is this one? That's now going? Okay. Hold on.
My shield!
Shield.
Huzzah! This is the final boss room. The boss himself has not yet appeared. There he is. This is different too. There used to be enemies that spawned down here before the boss would appear. It's little subtle changes. But I've done this one enough to see them. Not sneaking that past me. Usually you would have the, not only, just the enemies in this area before the boss appeared, but you actually had a few of the devices, right? Oh, that's unfortunate timing.
Looks like we still have a long way to go.
And this is undoubtedly, undoubtedly slightly different the way that this structure worked here. Because there was like device over there, enemies spawned down here. No one has spawned down there. I know for a fact this is at least a little different. Yep, we are gonna die unless we get health, or, well, if we step on that, we certainly will. Oh my god. Go away! Poison things. I don't like you. As I said, I did not check how much toxin resistance we have right now, so the chance it's at or near 0, in which case, yeah, that would explain why he's dealing a lot of damage with those things, but it's often the case. This guy just has a fair bit of damage. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Please drop health. You did not drop health. That's illegal. Please drop health. You also did not drop health. I thought that was fading visually and would no longer damage me.
Time for a real run.
Stop that. Uh-oh. So everyone is dead over. Every single person is dead over here, and they are all in the poison. Okay, I at least got one person up. I got the tankiest person up.
Now's not the time to stop.
Oh my god. This is quite literally a death trap.
Thank you, Epic. My situation is critical.
Yeah, our situation is critical because we can't get out of that circle. Because every time we get back up, we immediately die to the damage over time. And that forces us to re-initiate this entire encounter with the boss, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure the boss now respawns with full health. Well, the boss isn't even in yet. We need to kill these guys first. It is nice when they all spawn in close quarters like that. It becomes very easy. Funny. You, on the other hand, are now back at full health, as expected, and this does not make me happy. Pretty sure. Am I seriously missing this guy? Maybe not. See, like this. If we die near the poison, someone tries to revive us while we're on the poison, then everyone goes down in the process, but we were quite caught in the corner there, but I think we try not to find ourselves in the same situation this time. A little more proactive precaution. Maybe don't stay next to that. Okay, I think has some good damage here. I'd like to avoid the poison. Seriously? I jumped over the poison, and apparently that's close enough to take damage. That's actually really frustrating. It's probably gonna blow up and kill us. Please drop health. Do not drop health. Neither did you. Like, even jumping over that is not safe, apparently. But there we go. Okay. Oh, Transcendent Rarity, module of some variety. We do have that one. We have several of that one, I think. But it is still really rare, so that's not bad. Frustrating on a few levels there, that final encounter. I mean, as I said at the very beginning, that guy can get kind of tough at times. But so does anything happen here? It doesn't seem like it. In terms of moving on to a later mission. No? Okay. It's not like a secret button we press to move on to the next zone or anything like that. Go to the quest list. Oh, well, the quest button takes me back to Albion. So I think we're going back to Albion first. Okay, let's see. Quests. Is this one? Fallen teammates, an unexplained anomaly. Oh yeah, I think so. Is affecting both Descendants and Guide. While Guide investigates the cause, take on missions in place of the incapacitated Descendants. Clear the White Knight Gold's special operation, Kuiper Mine Blockade, up to stage 6 to prevent any loss in manpower. Okay. Any of these things new? No, okay, that's stuff that was left over from before. Oh. Okay. Sure, apparently we are now an expert. Trust me, I'm an expert. Okay, but it was White Knight Gulch. Oh, hold on. I guess we'll dump the vast number of weapons that we just picked up. Assuming they're all not particularly good. And then here, let's see. Singular Chill. So that is one of the combos that now makes sense for Haley, right? So technically, although we don't have her, you could make the case it's worth keeping an eye on for those. Although Fusion, don't think she had any of those. Dimension Electric. They also did change the visual for the reactors, as you probably immediately noticed. This is what they used to look like, this shape at least. They are still color-coded based on the element, but now the shape correlates to the second category there. So tech is the old shape. This is what the singular ones look like. This is what the dimensions ones look like, and so on and so forth. Oh yeah, we did talk to Nell earlier. It did tell us to talk to Nell. What's up, Makov? How's it going? Have you checked out the new update for First Descendant yet? We are just checking it out right now. Let's see, skill cost, sub attack power, no, not interested. Fusion, cooldown electric, that's applicable for Bunny's ultimate, but not her movement skill. It's maybe not usually the thing you'd like to optimize around, although you could make a case for it. No. So I still have not... Eventually, I'm sure, I will get used to this shape equals this type of reactor, but I've not yet internalized that, so... At some point, it'll probably speed up the reactor sorting process, but I'm not yet there. Okay, this is one of the special types, but it is only rare rather than ultimate rarity. They did also change some of the visuals for the external components. It feels a little less significant in this case, but once again is potentially a way to help you sort through a little bit, and I have not yet paid close enough attention to figure out exactly what visual effect correlates to what. Like, well, I suppose the one with the heart on it probably is going to be HP, generally speaking. So that much is straightforward. blue, is that shields? Yeah, okay. Alright. Defense is whatever that is. Okay, maybe that's intuitive enough. Yeah, some of the reactors look kind of weird. I agree. Some of these shapes are kind of strange. So it'll take a little getting used to. Alright. Oh, hold on. Oh, I think if we look here, I saw there was also, oh, there's more here than there were before, but there are a few different reward-based things. I'm not really sure why we're getting these, but bonus hyper shards, 100,000. I mean, sure, we'll take it. And then million extra gold. Oh, okay. I mean, I won't say no. And I think these were the ones I saw before. It's a 5-hour experience booster, 2 crystallization catalysts, not bad, and 2 million gold. I might save this, given how it would have made the most sense to activate it right as we were starting. Maybe I'll save it for the weekend. It's not far away from that now, but you guys might as well take. Alright. Not bad. So yeah, we spoke to Nell. She told us, she's the one who really gave us that new quest. But now we're supposed to go here, and where's the special operation here? Kuiper block mining? I'm not even sure if I've done this Kuiper block mining one at all. So, I mean, this is actually usually a decent type of mission to do with Bunny. So we could hop in with her right now. I looked at them briefly, but have not yet started to get any of them. We might start to get on our way if we do this, because it seems like a lot of it comes from the new types of missions, and we haven't done those yet. But this, I guess, is necessary before you can start the new stuff? Or it's somehow related to the new stuff? I'm not really sure. But hopefully, we're about to find out. I very rarely go to this spot. Despite this being right next to us, I legitimately did not know which direction I was supposed to go in at first. Okay. It's easy since it's on normal, right, and we only have to get to wave 6. Yeah, there's no hard mode version of this stuff. Okay, out of curiosity, what is this? Is Ultimate VS energy activator? Okay, all right. Lots of people doing this right now, I bet. That's probably why we got into it so quickly. I imagine there's a whole lot of people who need to finish this for the quest. Whoa. What was that? Hey, we're in a party with Iron Man? And Iron Man 2? Alright. I'm feeling good about this mission all of a sudden. Oh, also, fun fact, I had not discovered that fast travel spot until we did this mission. Because technically, although this is in sort of a unique zone, it is based on one of the existing White Knight Gulch areas, and I guess I never bothered to go over there. But it still counts to unlock it, so we'll take it. Looks like Power Rangers? The color scheme... You can't tell me that color scheme is anything other than Iron Man. Maybe in terms of, you know, the style of the armor itself, the shapes of it might look a little bit more like Power Rangers, but that color scheme is very Iron Man-like. Okay, I'm very familiar with this area. This is the place where you usually farm up the skulls for the energy catalysts. In fact, we may be paying a visit here later on to do just that. That was a freaky sound effect. Oh, right, and this gives us the void shards as well. Yeah, it's been a little while since I last did any of the special operations like this. Oop. Everything's fine. Somehow. Don't ask me how we got out of that. At least on Twitch, it looks like a couple of pink Power Rangers. Oh, okay. It's a little more reddish. Maybe to me, I don't know. Oh, pinker. Excuse me, sir. Please stand still. It's important that I get the opportunity to assess the color palette of your armor. Stand still, please. Okay, well. Yeah, it's a little off-red, for sure. I still think that's very Iron Man-y. I mean, sometimes Iron Man, he has the red and gold, but the red isn't always like a super bright red. There's sometimes where it's a little bit of a paler red than that. Oh, I was not sure what that was. We got hit by it, but apparently it was not bad enough to kill us. Reactivate this even though I don't have to. Just for the sake of spending more mana than necessary. Okay. Over here. Oh, careful now. Easy does it. Oh, this is not the same area where we were before. I assumed it was Zoe, and apparently somebody else was already working on that one. This is normal bunny with one of the, not of the energy activator, but one of the crystallization catalysts. So she's a little, slightly stronger than base bunny. But for the most part, we've just been stockpiling those things and not really using them. We have like one or two, I think just one Ultimate Bunny part. Actually, do we? Don't quote me on that. We might not have any. We have not done a lot of the Ultimate character farming, but the one that we started working on the most was Glay. Not done much dedicated Ultimate Bunny farming yet. That's one of the reasons why I've yet to invest heavily in this character, because why invest in base bunny when you can get the ultimate?
Damn it! Descendant, we've detected another high-level Vulgis. There's just no end to them.
Whoa.
Please take care of this.
Oh, it's the guy from the final dungeon in this area. That's fitting. Okay, so we need to get up to wave 6 done, which means this next checkpoint is theoretically as far as we have to go. We beat Frostwalker today. Nice! Well done. I have not yet tried it. I think that's the next one on my list, though. Could potentially give that a shot at some point, though, of course, I think since that has technically been in game for a little while now, probably would still prioritize going for the new stuff. Let's see. They look like they're going to A, so maybe we go to B. I thought that was a lot more jumpable than it was. Still having trouble with Pyromaniac? Pyromaniac was a little tricky on hard. Oh, that... Okay, we respawned closer, so that actually kind of worked. I'd like some mana, please. Thank you for dropping mana. I appreciated that. I'd appreciate if more people would drop mana, please. Got some at some point. Okay. Maybe A is the closest, and I think we are also the closest member of the team to that spot, but what is the best way to get there? Ew, come on. Come on. Let me up. I don't even know if we can make that jump. Okay, maybe we can't. Maybe it was the closest as the crow flies. But on second thought, might not really be as close as it appeared to be. Yeah, this is where we were a couple waves ago. Whoa. Okay. Really jarring. Me too when that happens. Did we get up? No, we're not gonna all them. Also, it would help if we turn that back on, though.
Damn it! Descendant. We've detected another high-level Vulgis. There's just no end to them.
There's just
Please
no
take care
end to
of
them.
this.
Oh, you look different. I mean, you're a Slayer, the double sword lady, but I haven't actually seen that exact model before, though. Had some fancy armor. Where did the actual enemy get? Well, that was it.
I've discovered the cause of my abnormalities and your symptoms. It will be better if I explain this in person.
Okay, so technically that was the threshold we were trying to reach, but we could, of course, go further. I was curious to see if people were about to stop or they intended to keep going. We'll go with the flow for now. Thing is, most people invest in Bunny because it's the best for normal grinding. That's true. That's true. And I mean, to a certain extent, it felt like, you know, she was still good enough that we could get by even without investing much in her. I did invest one of the catalysts. Not that that's a huge amount. Where are we headed? A, maybe? Well, it seems like everyone's going to A, so maybe for the sake of speeding things up for everyone, we take C. Can we make it? No, we cannot. No, not from there, we can't. Frostwalker does a ton of damage. Yikes. Please. Thank you. Okay, we're good. And they spawn right on top of us. Also, red is our skills deactivated, kind of, sort of, a little bit. Up, and you run in. Then you don't have to worry about the skills not being able to start up because they're already running. C. It looks like they're all going to C, so maybe we'll go D. One other person here. That's fine. That we just spread out at least a little bit. It does potentially increase the speed at which we finish the encounters. We can still have a couple in the zone. That's fine. Also, I'm pretty sure that we are not currently using a reactor for Bunny. I know we acknowledged that the specific loadouts exist. I've yet to actually set any up, though. So, you know, that's a thing that I should definitely do at some point. Been investing in maxing out the Thunder Cage first, since it helps with all characters. That's a good idea. Oh, the Frostwalker is also one of those enemies that has an insta-wipe mechanic. Oh yeah, that was one of the ones you were describing the other day, right? One that it seems like would be kind of difficult to manage in a random lobby of strangers, random public lobby. You know, without coordination, if I recall correctly.
Damn it. Descendant. We've detected another high-level Vulgis. There's just no end to them. Please take care of this.
Oh, I walked into that. What's up, Boris? How's it going? Many new Lids coin options. Well, I didn't deactivate. I probably should have just deactivated the Lid coin options for First Descendant. We don't really have any First Descendant specific stuff, so I usually just leave on the stuff from the previous stream. So it's probably all both Pyre emotes and Pyre-based Lid coin requests. Oh, we did get a amorphous material there. It's the one for the energy activator. I did not mean to do that. Nor did I mean to do that. That was a misclick. Yeah, the important thing that you need to know, Boris, is that we are currently teaming up with Iron Man and a Power Ranger, or, you know, some combination of those two things, as you can see here. I think that's Iron Man. Chat says that that's a Power Ranger. I leave that determination up to you. There's another person with a similar color scheme as well, though. Hold on. Is that person? And then there's this person who just missed the jump, who I was trying to follow. Hey, we've been there. We missed that type of jump several times today. I am not one to jump. Back over this way. It's moving like, what, an Iron Man or a Power Ranger? This is critically important. That was one of the people. Here's the other one with that same color scheme, or at least very similar. There you go. Like I said, oh. I did not realize it was possible to land here. Mission accomplished! Well done, team! One moment. Be there. Just a minute. Oh, except that I actually do want to go back this way now. After all that, looks like they're taking A. Maybe we'll go to B. Excuse me. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Now this is the downside of splitting up. Thought I walked past one of those health globs and tried to make a point of picking it up, although I glanced over at our health bar when I did that and it did not seem to go up at all. Look at that, though. Just in time. Oh, I think I did do a little bit of void shard farming as well. I found the quote-unquote bunny cave. Did a little bit of grinding there. Can't remember if there was a specific reason why that was something I was trying to do. I don't know that we're making this jump. And by I don't know that we're making it, I mean we are not making it. I did that, and one of the other big things that I did for the season challenges was there was had to get a certain number of Colossus fights completed. And it's a pretty high number, or at least I had not made that much progress on that front. I was like a little more than halfway there, but it still required something like 100 more Colossus fights completed. And so if you do that the standard way, it would take a long time to do that. And I only had like 1 or 2 more days until the season expired and that challenge was going to go away. So what I did to farm it was I just went in a public lobby, or rather a private lobby with just me, so I could farm it repeatedly without having to wait for other people, and did non-stop grave walkers, the very first Colossus.
Back to business.
Well, we got a fair number of these. That's not bad. Okay, so that was the final wave. Now complete. Don't really know that there's anything else we need to do. Iron Man, plural, are gone. So I think it's time to go. Alright, catch you later, Makov. They buffed all the void shards. Will now always take 1 void farm per reactor. Okay, interesting. But yeah, so I got a system down where I just went in with Glay with a sniper rifle and basically took a few steps forward, shot the Gravewalker in the eye with a sniper rifle once, and that was all it took to kill them. So it took more time loading in and out of the encounters than actually fighting those enemies, especially if you don't even bother to pick up the level 8 gear from it, or whatever it was. So that's how I got a ton of those done very quickly. Okay, so we might skip these conversations, I don't know, because it seems like they aren't really describing the mechanics of how these new encounters are going to work. It's mostly just lore.
Descendant, an excessive amount of inversion energy has accumulated in the depths of your arcade. As you know, the Descendant's arcade is now strong enough to accommodate the inverted ironheart. Thanks to this, we reclaimed the ironhearts that the enemy held, and could even destroy them in places Karel didn't expect. However, we overlooked the side effects that come with awakening such powerful forces.
Wait, did we
Once
just pick up
Descendant's
other
arcade
ironhearts
is
without
absorbed
off-screen
in
without
energy,
knowing about it?
it has an endless craving to consume more of that power. Across Ingress, energy particles that remain as a result of the destruction of the inverted Ironheart are widely dispersed. The Descendant's arcade has been unconsciously absorbing these inverted particles. If we cannot control this phenomenon, the inversion energy from within the arcade of all the Descendants will reach a critical state.
No worries, Makov. Thanks for
If
stopping by.
arcade is overloaded with inversion energy, it could trigger an internal explosion within the Descendants. This is similar to how one of the Ironhearts was destroyed by an inversion overload. But Descendant, as soon as this problem occurred to me, I received a design file from the ancestors.
Yeah, this seems
database.
extremely pointless, this
My
conversation.
thoughts were inputted to the
Yeah, no,
database
we
as
are
prompts.
skipping this. This is kind of insane. It's not helpful, and it's, once again, a very long and drawn-out conversation. Yeah, but what we might have learned from that is, did we just, A, acquire a bunch of Ironhearts off-screen, and B, destroy some of those Ironhearts off-stream, or off-screen? Because acquiring and destroying one of those was the main plot line of the entire campaign. So for us to potentially have gotten and destroyed multiple of them just without having any direct involvement at all is ridiculous. That is like undermines everything that we did throughout the entire campaign so much. If I was hearing that correctly, and admittedly I was only half paying attention to what the guide was saying there, so I may be wrong about that, but if that is the direction they choose to go in, that was incredibly silly to make that a narrative choice. Just the particles are spread out. Okay, good. That's a little better. Okay, let's see. So, where are we actually supposed to go now? Complete Old Mystery infiltration operation. Okay. We can do that. That's one of the ones here. In fact, it's one of the ones that I've done the most, along with the one that we just did. This one is an electric boss, for whatever that's worth. We could still take Bunny if we wanted to. Oh wait, we don't get item drops from that previous type of encounter. Okay, yeah, sorry, inventory is not flooded with junk. Okay, now this also, I think, has something decent. Ultimate Ajax stuff. What's this? Energy activator, ultimate bunny stuff. Okay, so I have done this one a lot. I forget what the primary reason for that was, but I don't think I've actually used any of these amorphous materials yet, because they're all for the Frostwalker, which, as we were just talking about before, I've not yet done. So I'm pretty sure I have a ton for the Frostwalker. But given how it seems like... Nah, because I got Blair pretty much immediately. And it was something that I've been doing in hard mode a lot. Why is that, though? I don't know. It's just for some reason the one that I chose to, the specific end area dungeon that I just autopiloted toward every time. Is there a specific drop? Oh, there is a specific, for energy activators. There's a specific crafting item you get out of this. I think that was the reason why.
Mission to recapture the old mystery.
I think that was the reason why. Some of the champion enemies later on. toward the end. And actually, oh, is it only that part? There's another part that you technically can farm for a useful crafting resource, but it requires deliberately not completing something as quickly as possible. So you kind of need to have teammates who are in on it. Only once had people who chose to do that. Every other time, everyone just zoomed through it. Yeah, I'll point out when we get to those spots. Does have an annoying parkour sequence, though. Not this. Now you get more stuff throughout the dungeon. Okay, this is the part where if you don't complete it immediately... Oh, hold on. This has been completely reworked. Has it? It might have. It was technically one of those things that required you to stand in a specific area. It's a little different because it had, rather than just one big area to stand in, it was the multiple little areas to stand in for shorter periods of time, but you had to do it a high number of times. That's the item. That right there. That's the item that you use for energy activators. That's why I've been was doing this one a lot. But now that the structure of this dungeon has changed a bit, it might even be better for that. Okay, now granted, these guys are stun locking us, and I'm stuck in this corner, which I do not appreciate. Yeah, it used to be that the enemies would continue to respawn here even if you didn't actually complete the whole stand in the specific area component. So you could use that to repeatedly farm specific crafting materials. Or one in particular. It might have been the one that we just had drop. That one. Eat plasma battery. But it seems like you can't really extend the mission to farm that stuff anymore. However, they drop in pretty huge quantities by the looks of things now. Yeah, there's no standing in any dungeon. It's just because there are several types of sub-mission components that involve standing. This is the annoying parkour part. Okay, it would really help if we didn't get ridiculous lag spikes that, you know, rubber band us when we're doing that. This is different, though. Slightly different. The lasers used to be larger, and they didn't have quite as big of a range of motion, so it is easier to do this now, it seems. Granted, my momentum took me off the edge of the map. Well, you see, the thing is, that was the plan all along, was to do this. We almost got up to that one as well. In fact, I think that is where it respawned us. That's totally how I'd intended to do this, but not only are there a bunch of these lasers that you have to avoid, there's also technically the little spheres that you need to pick up, which requires that you... Ow, I just walked straight into that without thinking at all. You have to pick up the spheres, which means you actually, rather than just speeding straight through, you do need to kind of hit all the major platforms, at least most of them. Okay, that's really annoying that it didn't work the first time, and so the timing was off then. Would have been correct. But yeah, they actually changed the structure of this slightly. Slightly, it seems. Subtly. Okay, the invasion missions do still have the standing. Okay. Yeah, because there's the big circle that you have to stand in, or there was the big circle that you stand in, that makes progress based on how many teammates you have in it. Then there's another big circle that makes progress based on Not whether you are in it, but just whether there are any enemies in it. And there are the little circles that have a much shorter duration that you need to be in them for, but you need to complete more of them to finish those sections. Am I forgetting any of them? Like, collectively, there's quite a few different varieties of that type of mission. This guy is insanely tanky. He is usually one of the ones that drops those crafting materials that we were talking about before. Okay, yep, and that remains the case. But by the time we're through with this mission, it feels like we're gonna have at least twice, if not 3 or 4 times as many of those as you would have previously gotten from running one of these dungeons. I'm just doing absolutely horribly, abysmally when it comes to the parkouring. Those explodey dudes that spawn right there. They are no more. This. Let's attempt to time it. I tried to punch him, and then I failed, and that was interesting. The game got a little confused about what was going on there. Yeah, point being, there used to be a whole lot of circles, all of which, in one way or another, required standing still. So when I heard, oh, they're getting rid of the quests that require you to stand still, it's like, okay, but which ones? Is it all of them?
Shield is down.
I have to say, it feels like it is not getting very high enemy density, although maybe it was just because the enemies were about to all respawn again. Now the boss is about to come in. This stuff over here is this dude who, at least in the normal difficulty version, has some of the weirdest lines in the game, and that is saying something. Talks about people having the opportunity to become his clone just out of nowhere. It's like, okay, you know, that's not really a concept that is ever discussed at any point in time during the story, and somehow out of nowhere we're supposed to assume that that is some high honor to be allowed to become this guy's clone. Like, you know, that just feels like a very strange thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that. Excuse me. Sounds like a lot of circles that they stole specifically from Mass Effect 3.
Mission complete. Well done, Descendant.
There are certainly some similarities. Might be more similar to Well, if you factor in the difference between the circle quests in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer and Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, then you probably start to get more of the full spectrum of circles that they used to use in First Descendant. Alright, let's head back. Yeah, that's what, from the little bit I noticed from doing just a couple missions before starting up the stream today, I was doing the Sterile Lands
Good work.
ambush mission.
We are fortunate that there were still materials remaining in the Ancestors' facility. It's time to create the inversion circulation device.
Okay.
I'll share what I've discovered so far.
I was doing the Sterile Lands ambush mission in, what is it, the Rockfall area, the one of the ones that's really good for farming, and I was not absolutely hounded by, oh, we're definitely in Vulgis territory now. So obviously that was something that I noticed right off the bat, because how could you not notice that very obnoxious line no longer being there? Okay, let's dump this stuff. And then take a slightly closer look at this stuff. See, fusion for chill. Maybe with the new character, I don't remember, and we don't have her yet, so we'll pass on that for now. No, that's not a combination we want. Fusion, toxic, no. Singular electric, yes, but don't like the tech. No. No. No, no. This is a lot of HP. Wish that was on a ultimate rarity one. Likewise, and wish that wasn't shields to go along with HP. Alright. Dump all that stuff. Now we chat. And probably skip this combination.
I have no doubts about the operational effectiveness.
Yeah, didn't know there was a Mass Effect after
of the
3,
circulation
right?
device.
What is this Andromeda of
The
which you
device will
speak?
be enough to filter the inversion energy infused.
Oh, there's
within
more
the
options in the
Descendant's
filtering for junk? Ooh, I did not catch that. Okay, apparently we're supposed to talk to Kyle. Hello, Kyle.
You were looking for me?
Hi, I'm Kyle.
Let me get straight to the point, guide.
We're not
Could
the guy.
we modify the design of the inversion circulation device to allow Descendants to use inversion energy? Yeah, it might be more appropriate to call it an inversion reinforcement device.
What do you mean, Kyle? Using inversion energy is far too dangerous. I don't understand.
It makes sense that you wouldn't understand. Look, you were with the
I don't
Descendants
understand.
deployed
No,
to
that
the
makes
fortress
sense.
during the Ironheart destruction operation. For those teams, the Ajax team and the Descendants who destroyed the Ironheart, the fortress operation was a battle where death was a real possibility. But those of us who faced Corell and his troops in the White Knight Gulch, we also faced death head-on. Corell's main forces were definitely enhanced by some kind of powerful energy. Especially Corell. He exuded immense power through his presence alone. After our recent experiences, I now understand the nature of the power that Corell was using. It was definitely inversion energy. Corell used the inverted Ironheart as a power source. If Corell hadn't retreated when he did, would we have survived? Would we have been able to even scratch him? I know that if Corell hadn't withdrawn, the White Knight Gulch would have become a Descendant graveyard. To defeat Corell and all those Vulgis bastards in the future, we need to be at least as powerful as he is.
Alright.
Instead of completely filtering out the inversion energy, we need to find a way to use it, even just a little. Is it possible to adjust the design to do this?
It's not impossible, but inversion energy is a power.
Alright, that's enough context.
Hey, guide. I've got something to say too.
Oh no. Alright, how many people do we need to talk to before we can actually progress? And we will probably skip this dialogue in that case. Well, let's see.
Sorry, but I agree with the magnetic Tin Man. I know it looks like I'm just playing around, but right now, my skills, abilities, and equipment are the best they've ever been.
Okay, I really don't
But
care.
if I had to
Also,
fight
I was not allowed to skip.
Yes.
Oh, I was terrified for a second there. It did not let me skip.
Detailed explanation. I also have some thoughts about the inversion reinforcement device. All Descendants who are able to attend the meeting assemble at HQ.
Okay.
And Kyle, please teach Luna how to operate her receive channel.
All right. This, Luna, is what we call clicking.
Oh, come on. I know that.
The success of this operation will lead us to... We have been closely monitoring this situation since the Descendants began experiencing symptoms.
Okay.
Descendant.
I'll take your word for it.
If HQ insists on this, I have no choice.
I mean, apparently they
Modifying
insist.
The design is straightforward. We can ask the Magisters to start production right away. However, handling inversion energy itself will not be so simple. I believe in humanity, but I must continue to watch over you to ensure you don't become addicted to such powerful forces.
Okay.
I hope you
If you say so.
understand, Descendant.
Ah, Descendant. I've already spoken with HQ. You're here about the device to control inversion energy, yes?
Apparently.
The designs, please. I can analyze a full range of ancestor technology immediately using my facilities. Let's see what secrets these reveal.
No, with that conversation with Luna, I held down the escape button to skip, and then nothing happened, so I was terrified for a second. I thought she broke our ability to skip dialogue. She was like, "How dare you try to skip this conversation? Never again shall you have this ability." Yeah, the gist is we want to channel some portion of this dangerous energy, even though it's very powerful and potentially overwhelming and lethal, because it might be our best chance to defeat the big baddie, because we think the big baddie is using it, so if we don't use it too, we don't stand a chance.
Oh, the special human child. So, this is the inversion reinforcement device. Its operating principles are similar to the module system that controls RK, but it's much more sophisticated. You may not be aware that the inversion energy you've absorbed is stored within your RK at a very minute atomic scale. This device connects that inversion energy with your RK, which will enable the activation of various powers.
Okay.
The more ironheart particles that are absorbed, the greater the power that can be provided by the inversion energy. Huh. The Ancestors' technology never ceases to amaze me. This device is intriguing. HQ said that all inversion reinforcement devices should be periodically reset, didn't they? An excellent
It's a lot of
decision.
bunnies.
That should both provide
She
protection
probably is the
for
most popular
Descendants
character.
and allow me more time to study this device in depth. After the next reset, come and find me. By then, I'll be able to give you a much stronger inversion reinforcement device.
It's also weird that they have that formatting around inversion energy device or whatever the exact phrasing was.
I'll have the opportunity to research some very interesting technology.
Not sure that was intended, or if it was, not sure they should have done that, because it really makes it look like it was just a copy-paste job. They're like, we don't really know what term we want to use to describe this thing, so let's just put it in brackets for the time being, and we'll just, at some point in time, fill all that stuff in, right? Okay, how many people do we need to talk to before we can actually do stuff? Because we need to talk to Alpha now. I mean, we skipped a lot of these conversations, but if we hadn't, at this point, we're approaching double digit. Not quite
Just
at double
get to the
digit
point.
conversations, but
Good.
we're getting there.
The guide has accepted that this decision is the right one.
Okay, sure. What now? Who we talk to now? Alpha? Do we actually need to talk to you here? It says talk to Alpha. That is Alpha. But he doesn't have a quest icon over his head. Does that mean we just go straight to the quarantine zone? Wait, what section is that in? Oh. Sure. Full moon. And silent. But I didn't mean journal, I actually meant quest. What zone is quarantine zone in? We have to talk to him in order to do it? Okay, that is weird that it does not put a quest icon above his head. Did for all those other conversations, but not now.
Got a question about the operation?
Move to the quarantine zone immediately to rescue Haley. Okay, well, Haley is the new character. So, although we're trying to rescue her here, I don't think that means we're about to immediately unlock her. You know, in most cases, we do see the playable characters as NPCs in and around town before we can actually play as them, so I imagine that will still be the case here. So we know what it takes to actually unlock her, crafting-wise. I doubt we're gonna magically get all that stuff from this one mission. Yeah, no, that was not the clearest of ways to set that up. Is this only us? Oh. I kind of assumed we were gonna get thrown into a zone with other people. Not sure I would have taken Bunny if I knew this was gonna end up being a solo.
Descendant, we're detecting inversion energy coming from the Vulgis structure.
Oh, I really thought we could stand on that
It's a
platform.
type that doesn't exist in our database. Analyzing the prototype with an escape camp.
Oh, okay, but this is gonna be the intro to the new mechanics.
We think the structure is a new Vulgis weapon.
Haley!
The energy, the structure.
Oh, am I supposed to just be fighting these guys, or is there a specific thing that I'm supposed to do? Because I see a timer.
The passageway. RK can block the energy. If we can find the device that's linked to the gate, the passageway.
Because I see these things.
Haley, please respond.
Oh, do we have to kill stuff
Haley.
before that gate opens,
Damn it.
maybe?
Descendant, do you think you can neutralize the structure as Haley described? The equipment floating in a center appears to be transmitting signals at regular intervals. It must have a connection to the structures on the ground.
Oh, okay. We're supposed to stand... Oh, yeah, if we're supposed to stand still, then that's definitely not the best mission format for this character. Find a tile with the same arcade trait as the energy blocking the gate. Oh, okay, I need to pay closer attention. Also, we're about to die. Does it immediately show what time? Okay. Hold on. Does it immediately show what symbol? Okay, so it's that thing. That is not one of the symbols. This. We need to stand on here for a certain amount of time before it actually shows up. That's not very... I wish they, for the first encounter, would not have enemies here. We can just focus on that. Like, I get it. It's mechanically, you would think, simple, although since this doesn't... Okay, wait. See, that circle needs to fill up before it actually shows us. Okay, so this is one of the purple ones. And I thought that was one of the symbols. Okay, so are we fine? Now we can step off it? Okay. That's okay. So we need purple, green, and white, I think was one of the... Oh, so that green one over there actually was correct then. And that's the white one. Okay, so I think that's all of them. Alright. I think I get how that works. It's a little hard to see all that stuff when you have all the enemies swarming you, but you stand on those little spots. You have to stand there for a little bit before the symbol shows up, and only then do you know if the symbol matches along with the symbols listed on the gate. Then, if you do stand there long enough to see the symbol and it does match, you're allowed to move at that point. It's basically the gist of it, it seems. Oh, okay. I was like, do we have to go through the wall? I did it the long way? Apparently. You have to go to the floating platform, look at the colors on the doors and platforms, and stand on the corresponding colors. Assume we'll fight dudes here. This is a big area. Or we'll interact with this in some... Oh!
Descendant. These structures are operated using inverted ironheart particles. That's why Descendants can block the signal.
Okay, I see the colors.
Descendant's arcade absorbs all the power of the inversion energy. Find and neutralize all of the signals that connect to that passageway.
Okay. We need green. It's the same color scheme.
Eliminate the energy so that we can enter. While you do this,
bad time to reload. Okay, so there's green. Are there even any that do not match the colors? There are, right? I think we saw one like that in this area. That's blue, and that's not correct. Right, yeah. It's not like we lose progress when we select one of the wrong ones randomly. Okay, that's purple, we do need that. It just means we wasted some time on something we didn't need. Okay, that was the last one, though. Theoretically? Oh no, we need red, not purple. Okay. It's not the same as last time. Where is the last one? Is it right here? With this? Now I've lost track, so that's not helpful.
Reload.
No, this is green. Okay, I think we did check that. We checked that. Check this, it was wrong. Oh, wait, what? Okay, that was glowing different colors, which is a little confusing for a second there. Where is the last one? Oh, over here. I don't think we've tried this one yet. Might not have tried that either. Hold on. That was it, right? I think. What? Yeah, okay. No, it wasn't. What the heck? Did some of them deactivate because we took so long? This was one of them, I thought, right? I swear, if you knocked me off that. Okay, now I'm getting annoyed. In part because we happened to choose the worst possible character for this encounter. There's one of them. There's another one. And was this the first one that we had that is now expired? No, it's blue. Okay, this is, I'm not enjoying this. At least not at the moment. 1, 2, I no longer remember where the first one was. I don't think it was that. We definitely tried that. Okay, now I'm losing track of all of them. Like, I'm very quickly losing all patience for this. I don't think it's this one. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't remember anymore. Nope, it's not this. This is no longer active, so we now have to reactivate it. This is one of the correct ones. Yeah. Okay. That's red. That's still up. It's the green one. I mean, like, we were just checking this, were we not? I feel like we just checked all of them. I don't remember where this one is anymore. We're about to die. Is that yellow or is that green? We're also going to run out of attempts. Alright. That is it? Okay. This one's no longer active. Okay, I mean, I now know where all of them are, and hopefully can remember it, but... Alright. I'm really enjoying this right now. One. This is the other one. We're about to lose. Alright. We picked the wrong character. I don't enjoy this content. Maybe it'll get better if we actually take someone who's capable of standing still for a little bit, but that was really annoying. Alright. So in that case, we'll head back so we can switch characters. Who would we like to use instead? Maybe not Valby, 'cause she's gonna want to move around. Could do Viessa, could do Freyna, could do Glay. You could disappear with Sharon. She's very squishy once you actually do start getting hit. But you could do Enzo, although I haven't really spec'd him as well, / gotten as good gear for him. Kind of leaning toward Glay,
Beloved daughter Daya,
who's not going to be great at taking out large groups of enemies, but we do have a pretty tanky setup for her. And we could swap the weapon. I'm wondering if it might make sense to go to the Thunder Cage to give her a little more area clear. Maybe that compensates a bit for what would otherwise be her shortcoming. It's been a long time since I last used the Thunder Cage, to be honest with you. In fact, I would be a little tempted to respec it, because it had half-decent mods on it, but certainly not perfect. Yeah, Thunder Cage definitely helps. I feel like it, certainly at least if we're going to use Glay, that feels like that would make a big difference. Well, yeah, and I also didn't know when we were starting up the mission that we were going to be doing it solo, so that's another reason why I probably would not have chosen Bunny if I had known that in advance. Okay, so if we do this... Just double check, because we have crit rate and crit damage as the second highest tier, which were the reasons why we chose to stick with this. But I think the attribute trigger rate and then the chill were just kind of things that felt like they were kind of okay, so we just stuck with it, even if it wasn't perfect by any means. But ideally, we would re-roll until we got one or both of these as the yellow top tier, and then got more aggressive. So I think we have enough of these. We can be kind of greedy here. Don't want that. So I'm gonna lock nothing in, because I'm looking for a maximum tier roll of something really good. Rather than this, I don't even remember what exact number we had before, but that is the same tier that we had for crit rate previously. Likewise there. It's less expensive if we don't lock anything in. Rounds per magazine, I mean, on the Thunder Cage, I feel like you could make the case for that. But it's probably not the focal point we're looking for, and because as soon as we lock things in, the cost gets heftier. I think you really want to start off with something you really want. Lock that in, and then you start mixing some other things in. Like an elemental attack of the maximum rarity, we technically already had that with the chill damage before, so I don't really think that's reason enough to go for this. But as you can see, okay, it's not the easiest thing to get all the mods the way you want them. That's a maximum roll for bonus damage against Colossus. That's probably the best category. You took Bunny on Thunder Cage, but you also upgraded your Bunny quite a bit. Yeah. Okay, this is something we want to lock in. That's what we were looking for. You could maybe make the case for that. But mostly this. You see, price goes up. Number of crafting resources it takes goes up as well. If we're going to continuously spam this, then that's why we wanted to be picky with our first attempt. Or with the first one that we chose to lock in. In fact, how high is that within that maximum tier range? Crit damage can go as high as 36.8. Okay, so it is the highest tier. It's not in the upper range of that tier, unfortunately. That was actually half decent stats, even if it was low tiers. So not that we're necessarily trying to get an absolutely perfect Thunder Cage right now, but I would like to get one more of these ultimate tier mods in a category that we actually want it. And not that. Crit damage, firearm damage, or firearm attack. Those are probably the two main ones we're looking for. Not this. There are some other secondary things that could be useful. Like this is around where we started before we re-rolled any of this stuff. In fact, I think it's still worse. Okay, this is much better. So, what is the maximum? That is the highest possible maximum crit rate. So, I like that. Not sure we want to lock that in, though. So now it starts getting quite a bit more expensive, but like we won't get that greedy here in terms of perfectly optimizing. We're just looking for the right types of stats. Like weak point damage is not bad. Chill attack, not ideal. Maybe we try just a little bit more. Now this is where it starts to accumulate the costs pretty quickly. Fire accuracy. Maybe we'll settle for this, which is similar to where we were when we first started. We have higher tiers for the both crit rolls, so theoretically those are a little bit better. We have electric attack rather than chill attack. I don't know numbers-wise if that's any higher than it was before. If so, probably not by much. We exchanged the status effect trigger rate for weak point damage, so we're not going to be chilling enemies, and because we had actually pretty decent chance of doing that before, but we have higher base damage from these two and when we're hitting people in the weak point. So I think we settle for this in the interest of not re-rolling this for an hour. Okay. And we should probably double check the actual... Oh, where'd you go? There you are. The actual modules we have on this, because I'm not really... Oh, yeah, no, I'm not really sure we have this optimized. Okay, let's see. So we have crit damage improvement. I'm pretty sure this is, we've maxed out the proficiency, so we could actually apply a new socket type to this and maybe reduce the cost of that guy. That'd be kind of tempting. Might do that right now. Do this. Oh, hold on. Double check which category this is. It's the chevron. This. Do this. Chevron. Go. Okay. So now that goes from costing us 16 to only costing us 8. That's much better. And we have the crit damage. We go... Oh. Yeah, that'd be nice. That fits. Firearm attack and crit damage. Sure. I was thinking about just you. You are also a chevron one, and we cannot fit you in unless we dump something else. Accuracy, crit damage, recoil, crit damage, huge crit damage, but at the cost of reload time being worse. I feel like we might kind of just need to... I'm trying to find something else we could dump to make room for you, although not seeing any obvious option. This does not get us there. Still need to dump a little bit more. If we did this, then we could do it. At this point, better crit rate, much better crit damage, base attack damage as well. Okay. Technically could upgrade something a little bit further. Maybe we settle for this. Yours is firearm attack, critical damage, electrical damage, crit hit. If you're going to take anything off, it would be the crit hit rate. Yeah, that's another reason why I was a little hesitant to sacrifice things for the sake of getting you on, especially since you're so expensive. What if we just go like go by do enhance a rifling reinforcement for just 32% base damage? I feel like that might be better. Let's run with that. Oh, and this is a new category altogether. Okay, this is the stuff that we are going to see once we start doing the new mission and completing the new mission. But I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves there. So let's circle back to do that mission now that we have a better understanding of what we are getting ourselves into and are hopefully a little better prepared to manage it. Is there anything else? That's our old weapon if we wanted to switch. I mean, we're keeping it, don't get me wrong, because we have upgraded that a lot. But, or at least fine-tuned it a lot. But if we wanted to change mid-mission for whatever reason, technically we would have that option, I guess. Sweeping squad is really good. That sounds familiar. I feel like I saw that and was tempted by it once upon a time. Sweeping squad. When defeating an enemy, firearm attack goes up for 5 seconds. Has a 33% chance to do that. It can stack up to 3 times. Okay. That is a lot. We have anything else? I mean, I feel obligated to put this here because it has a matching glyph. Everything we want has either the chevron or the 3 lines. We don't really have anything that's... I mean, this is still decent, but not incredible. If we were to dump that, it would make room for you, although I do think that was a decent one. I am curious what happens if you upgrade that. Does the number for the damage go up? I imagine that's what improves rather than the proc chance. So we can afford to upgrade it one more time if we wanted to, or anything else for that matter.
Ask me anything about modules.
Yeah, the damage. Oh no, it is the... No, it's the probability, not the damage. It's the probability. Huh. I did not expect that. Goes from 33% chance to 36.1% chance. Sure. Not that that's a dramatic improvement, but it's a little interesting. I mean, we could dump this all together and that'd create room to upgrade this 3 times. Is that better? I don't know. Probably not, since we are still getting that other one at a discount. So we are getting some bonus value in that way. So I'm hoping that with a different character and a different weapon and a better understanding of what we are doing, that we will fare better this time round. Because we definitely blew through some deaths and some... Well, that was the thing that ultimately made us lose, but also the timer.
The success of this operation will lead us.
We should be able to be quicker and generally more efficient, I would hope, on this attempt. It's gonna tell us to go over here, right? And I missed that. Wonderful. Well, that is ultimately what we're gonna need to do. But we have to go forward.
Descendant.
We have to go backward in order to go forward.
Energy coming from the Vulgis structure.
Okay, so we need the pink,
It's
we
a
need
type
the
that
blue,
doesn't exist in our
and
database.
is it white as
Analyzing
well?
the prototype within a seed count.
That's red, which is not a color that we need.
HQ, we think the structure is a new Vulgis weapon.
Okay, so that color, or that spot is bad.
The structure is putting out.
We do need blue. That's good.
That's what's closing off the passageway.
Please not knock me off this.
Okay.
That's
Can
white,
block
which I think we did
the
need.
energy.
We need the pink.
If we can find a device that's linked to the gate, the passageway will...
Is it a pinkish purple?
Haley, please respond.
Yes.
Haley!
Damn it. Descendant, do you think you can neutralize the structure as Haley described? The equipment floating in the center appears to be transmitting signals at regular intervals.
At the platform, you can look at the
It must have a
colors.
connection with the structures on the ground.
Hmm? And this is where it got annoying, though. The first encounter wasn't that bad once we figured it out. Which is more options here. And it was harder to keep track of them all. Okay, so I think you might even just want to go
Descendant.
in order.
These structures are operated using
Like clockwise.
inverted
Okay, so
ironheart
yellow, red, green.
That's why
I think we're just gonna
Descendants
go in a circle.
Descendant's arcade absorbs all the power of the inversion
Okay,
energy.
red, that was one, right? Yellow, red,
Find and
green.
neutralize all of the signals that connect to that passageway. This is the only way to eliminate the energy so that we can enter.
That's green. Okay, that's
To
fortunate.
do this,
Now it's what, only yellow that we need?
and synchrony.
Those two are right next to each other, which is also nice. Ah, that's white. We don't want that one. We don't need that color. Come on. There we go. That's it, right? you serious? That was too slow? This is the other one. Why is this not going off? Okay, that's all of them. What is going on? Why are they deactivating now? Is it not purely based on time? I did them in a row. That, okay. And now this one are the 3 that we need. Maintain 100% occupancy. Does that mean I need to keep the other enemies off of these things? What the heck is going on? Like if they step on the tile, is that what deactivates it? Do they keep on stepping on this? Yes, they keep on stepping on this. Okay. I think I understand why it's happening now, at least. But it is really annoying. Especially because I don't really have an angle to hit them from here. Basically nothing I can do to stop them. Okay, that did it. Okay. Yeah, that's obnoxious. And something tells me that's not going away anytime soon. This is where the final boss fight would usually be. Version of used Ledras. Eliminate him. Am I supposed to stand on this? Am I not supposed to stand on this? Most of them are purple. One is, or no, 2 are green. Okay, I also kind of would like to get closer to him. Do I have to be the matching color or something? Is it yellow bar? Oh, which means I can attack him. Apparently. I was deliberately keeping that off. If you were wondering. I need to go on these, but I still don't really understand how this works. His orb seems to be red, so I'm going to stand on the red one, at least for a little bit. Set duration that I need to stand on this for. That's why I was switching to this mode before. Yeah, I mean, this lights up every time I go on it. It creates that sound effect, which certainly makes it seem like this is where I'm supposed to be standing. Oh, I can attack you when I'm on this, and that is how I destroy your shield. Okay. Okay. Now I can attack you. I think I understand. And that yellow bar indicates basically how long I have before this invulnerability comes back. Please go away. Or rather, before his invulnerability comes back. There we go. If we used it in a different place, it would have been totally fine. But I mean, seriously, a place like this, there's an OSHA hazard.
This
Come
is
on.
HQ. What's your status?
Alpha, the battle isn't over yet.
Oh?
We're still detecting a
Hold on.
strong Vulgis signal.
I assumed that it was. Happens to the best of us. Never mind the fact that our leg would be so unbelievably broken in this situation.
The Vulgis assault ship is moving toward a nearby zone.
The commander's retreating. If we lose him, we lose any intel.
But here's gonna be Haley, of course.
Vulgis assault ship moving toward the quarantine zone.
Damn it! Are we too late?
And she's just gonna headshot him. And that just seems wildly impractical. Why does she need to be sliding down the mountain while she takes this shot?
Checking gun barrel. Loading magazine.
Okay, at least she's standing still now. Alright, it wasn't a headshot, but we'll give it to her.
This is Haley.
Lay's facial expression was kind of hilarious there.
Haley, are you all right?
Thank you for sending in the rescue team. I couldn't have done it without them.
Great work, everyone. Mission accomplished.
Right, our bone would be complete powder. Our leg would be complete powder after being crushed like that. Alright. Oh. Okay, not sure if we're supposed to do anything with that, but... Oh, we got a crystallization catalyst? I mean, we'll take it. Sure. Were these here all along? I just didn't really pay any attention to them because I was all concerned about the flashing lights on the ground and the scores of enemies around us. That may have been the case. It does not appear as though we can interact with these things in any way, at least not at this stage. Alright, well, I guess we're heading back to Albion. So yeah, definitely took a little bit to just figure out mechanically how that stuff works with those new types of missions.
We're ready for Haley's treatment as well as your inversion reinforcement. Command is with me. We'll begin analyzing the intel in depth. We need to get across this quickly. HQ, over and out.
As I imagine subsequent missions will be structurally similar to that, but once we did figure it out,
It won't take long.
it was a little easier. We kind of knew what we were doing, but of course there were still some situations in which, particularly in that second phase where we had to stand on the circles and the enemies seemed to cancel things out by stepping on them while we were on the other side of the map, that was kind of annoying because we couldn't really stop them because we didn't have an angle to do that. So that was annoying. It's like it's one thing when it's a test of, you know, do you understand the mechanics and are you doing the correct thing to engage with the mechanics, and then there's another whole nother story if it's, well, it doesn't matter what you do because there are some things that are completely out of your control that are going to make it more difficult or in some cases impossible for you, at least temporarily, to do the thing that you're supposed to do. That's bad. That is a hallmark of bad design.
Haley, reporting in.
Which it crept dangerously close into that territory, at least during that phase. Okay, so what is the deal with Haley? She is the new character, a descendant from the 33rd Sniper Squad who uses supercooling RK abilities. That was cool how in the cutscene you could see it wasn't just that she has a big sniper that somehow magically is always infused with ice. She actually breathed on the weapon and used her own power in order to enhance the weapon. So that makes it seem like she is more the source of this special, you know, power, and not just a magic weapon that anybody could pick up and use. Yeah, that is one type of invasion mission, but there will be others that are more annoying. Oh, wonderful. Oh boy, am I looking forward to those. Also, there's a timer in the dungeon as well. You start losing stuff at 4 minutes, 30 seconds. I did see there was a timer, at least during, you know, several phases, but maybe in the future ones there will be an overarching timer that is just active through the whole thing. So, and in that case, once again, it feels like a key thing is going to be, you know, how much of that is going to come down to preparation and execution from the player. That's fine in that case, but if a lot of it comes down to random luck, chance, / other enemy behaviors and mechanics that you don't have any control over, then that starts to get frustrating, because there are going to be times where it's like, I know what I want to do, but I can't do it. And the game, you know, if it keeps on forcing you in those situations, will not be the best experience.
Haley, reporting for duty. I'm the newest recruit to the Descendant Corps. I appreciate your support out there. I was able to safely complete my first mission, thanks to you. I also heard that this inversion amplification process wouldn't have been possible without you and the other seniors. During the operation, I wasn't feeling well, but I didn't realize it was because of inversion energy. Anyway, the being that I can see behind you, is that the guide system?
It is good to meet you, Haley. I am Guide, the Descendant
noticed that
specific genetic user interface.
In many conversations already, the guide has been referred to as Guide, and she just referred to herself as Guide rather than the Guide. It used to always be the Guide.
Guide. I look forward to working with you too. Phew. I was slightly worried that I might not be able to link with her, like that senior whose name we won't mention. So that's a relief. Although, that person, when I was a regular soldier, he helped me out of a few tricky situations. I was really shocked when I heard that he'd committed treason.
Oh, nope, never mind.
It wasn't like that when I knew him. But since my RK has been awakened, I am determined I will never become like him. I aim to be an honorable descendant, just like the seniors who have come before me.
It is kind of weird to refer to everyone as a senior.
My inverted energy
I feel like that's probably a translation thing.
All that's left is for Eugen to confirm I'm fully healed. I'll concentrate on recovering as soon as possible, and get back to the front line. Hope to see you out on the battlefield soon.
It won't be easy getting Eugen to sign her off as fully recovered. It'll be some time before Haley is back on the front line.
Okay, and I guess that's maybe the excuse for not giving people immediate access to her.
Requires the deployment of the Descendant Corps. When you finish your equipment maintenance, head to HQ. I'll be ready to brief you.
But yeah, you don't really use senior in that way, right? It's like in school, yes. Otherwise, outside of that context, it usually means senior citizen, which I'm pretty sure is not what she is trying to imply. Yeah, or a cultural one as well. Yeah, like veteran maybe would have been a better word to use, something like that.
Do you think that
something to communicate that we have more experience than she does, not that we are just far older than she is. Yeah, maybe in Korea they do. I don't know. But that's why I think it just doesn't translate language/culture-wise as well.
Descendant, do you remember the Vulgis commander that you and Haley encountered in the quarantine zone? While retrieving and examining the corpse of that commander, we discovered a communications log that appears to be very important.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we haven't been able to decipher the contents.
Okay, somehow I'm not surprised.
Do you think we'll ever see the day when the Vulgis are completely eradicated from the universe?
Acquire encryption data from Vulgis strategic outpost on hard difficulty. Is this another one where we need to speak to Alpha to get access to this place?
The success of this operation will lead us to victory.
No. Did we actually go there? Oh, yes, we do. We definitely do. Okay then. Do we have a preference for which one of the stealth missions we want to go for? I mean, we should probably switch to Sharon while we're at it. I don't know if we only need to do one of these or if we actually need to do every single one in the game. If it's only one, it's quite quick and it doesn't matter that much which character we take. If we're doing every single one, then yes, we should definitely switch to Sharon. Let's see. There's the one for Ultimate Glay here, which I know we tried farming a lot the other day, but I don't think we actually got the material for. So we could go for that if we were picking just one. Maybe that's the right one. I mean, it's not going to make a huge difference just doing one of them. There appear to be other people here already. Well, I was not referring to those guys, although they might be about to kill us. I was referring to this bunny, I think? Yeah, okay, so much for stealth. Oh well. If we really wanted to go the stealth route, then we should have just joined this, or initiated this as a public area. That way we wouldn't have the risk of other people hopping in and stealing our sunshine. Oh, we need to do 5 of those in total. Okay. So we could do this one repeatedly. We could hop around. I was gonna say, those are not usually enemies. Just a little surprised. Because I joined a mission that I did not intend to join. You have to do it 5 times, but which ones don't matter? Okay. Let me abort this mission that I didn't actually want to take part in. Yeah, I assume you're already done with this stuff, Big Country? Well, welcome to hop in if you would like. I mean, this is obviously something that is at least a little bit helpful, regardless of circumstance. Let me jump into Discord because I have not done that yet. Huzzah! I mean, it doesn't take that long to do these, but I don't know what the next step in the process is going to be, and that may be more involved.
Hello?
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good. I'll be honest, it was very frustrating watching you, do that mission.
I was very frustrated doing it, so the feeling was mutual.
Well, if you stand on the platform, you can see the colors, and then you can do it before they spawn into much.
Oh, like, can you proactively see which of the circles is going to be which color? So it's not just a random guess?
You can look at the door, look at the colors on the door, and then look at the colors on the ground.
Okay.
On the platform.
Okay, I see.
That's why I was trying to tell you on the thing, but it's hard to.
I see.
That in writing.
So it's not just a random luck and chance type thing. Okay, that makes it a little bit better.
No, and for like the mission itself, you get like more of Haley parts on depending on how quickly you do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it really matters for how quick you do it on.
Yeah.
But still wouldn't suggest taking Bunny because they hit hard.
Yeah.
Like I almost died a couple times. And I have my Bunny pretty built out.
Yeah, it feels like an Ajax type of situation where you just stand there, take some hits, take out enemies.
Suggested ones.
What's that? Sorry, that I had a bunch of explosions.
He's one of the most suggested ones.
I just don't really have any tanks unlocked.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm at the Research Institute right now, so... Do you want me to invite you? Or do you want to invite me?
Either way. Oh, does it... But we need to be in the same zone in order for that to work,
Right, we need to be in Albion.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
So I should invite you.
Okay. Might just have one more of these. In which case, I might just stick around for slightly longer.
Okay.
Yeah,
just let me know when to invite you. I've got to accept a quest since I just completed the Divine Punishment.
Oh, nice.
Done. Never going to use it, but...
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones that I think I have that, but have never actually taken it out.
I just did it to get rid of the quest.
Okay, yeah.
Alpha. The deployment of Descendants to attack the Vulgis strategic outpost was successful.
But yeah, the reason why I said 12 days is because if you do it perfectly, you can get 3 parts per run, and you can get, you can do 4 runs per day.
There's a limit on how many you can do per day?
Yeah.
Excellent work.
Interesting.
And you have to get like 148 parts, I think, to completely spec her out. Yeah, and you're not guaranteed, like sometimes you could go over. You can, instead of getting 36, you'll get, 42 parts of one kind or something like that. So
you won't get the optimal proportion.
It's ready.
Yeah.
Now...
So the minimum it takes 12 days. You can technically make it go less because those dungeons that they showed that you can get Haley parts, you can get them from there, but you get 1 part, 20% chance.
Alpha.
Oh.
So that's not really.
Yeah, it's not very efficient. Yeah.
No.
The situation is serious. We need to react quickly.
Descendant. Check
But
the
the other
arrive at
mechanic. Are you fine with me explaining the other mechanic?
Let's hold off on that for now.
Okay.
Okay. I think. Where am I supposed to go now? Back to Albion. Okay, perfect.
Well, you don't have to go to Albion. I can just invite you.
But the quest. Oh, okay. I mean, either way, the quest is directing me toward Albion.
Oh. Oh, in that case, I can't help you because the next part of the quest is going to invasion dungeons.
Oh, okay.
But you do get a lot of gold no matter how quickly you complete it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not concerned about doing it super quickly on my first attempt. Like, I think learning the content is priority number 1, and then from there, you can start figuring out what makes the most sense to optimize.
I restarted until I... because it doesn't count until at the beginning. Like, once you finish the dungeon, that's when it starts counting. The attempts.
Mm-hmm.
So I did like halfway through. I was like, no, that wasn't good enough. I'll try it again. No, that's not good.
Do these like quest-based ones count toward that limit for how many you can do per day?
No, you have to finish it.
You have to finish it first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah. You finish it, and it counts as 1. And if you go halfway through and quit, it's still 1. So. And you can do each dungeon twice.
Oh, not here. Here.
The Vulgis can't see me.
Okay.
Why? Oh,
Go back to
beloved
Glay.
daughter.
This is a weird hallway that we never have any reason to actually go into. Whoa!
Yeah, this. I should turn back on your stream since we're not going to be playing together.
Unfortunately, it turned out the timing was not so great after all.
No. But yeah, the mission that you said, like, we might be coming back here, that's not actually the best money spot. Mind you, that's the best money spot for non-bunnies. But there's a better money spot for bunnies. That's why I didn't suggest it earlier. Because, like, you're kind of limited on that one.
Wait, now I'm not entirely sure which mission you're referring to anymore.
For the first or second message I put on stream was, like, where the Glay and Valby reactors are this week as the best gold farming spot. It's actually in Echo Swamp.
Okay.
The abandoned zone. It's, environment containment zone. That's the best one. Up top.
Okay. Don't recognize this one off just the description or the location. I don't think I'm usually in the abandoned zone region, so I don't think I've really farmed this at all.
Yeah. It's like a 30, if you go full out on the bunny, it takes 30 seconds and you can get like 50 to 60,000 gold every time.
Oh, wait. No, I might know this one. Yes. No, I have done this a little bit. I think. Yes. Is this, visually the same area as the... Oh, wait. Yeah, is this visually the same area as the resource defense?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I have done this a little bit. You are right. It is very fast and did seem very efficient. But I haven't done it for a while.
Yeah, it's the best one. And the bunny cave is actually no longer the best experience farm now.
Okay.
The best one is actually a dungeon now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because they increased all the dungeons. I think it's like 1.5. Every enemy and the dungeon itself gives you like 1.5 more experience.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's like a 2-minute dungeon.
Oh. So you just basically go for the fastest dungeon?
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, maybe I'll make more of a point of circling back to those missions in the relatively near future.
I would suggest just farming a perfect reactor for Glay and Valby.
Mm-hmm.
I did quite a bit this morning, and I got a dozen possible good ones.
Yeah, I mean, I have still been stockpiling reactors. I did filter through a fair number of them just before starting up today, so might not have quite as many as I did before, but still have a fair number. Maybe not perfect, so to speak, but still a lot with good matching attributes and what have you.
Yeah, I still have a perfect one. And I also decided against going after Greg's Reverse Fate. Because from what I can tell, Greg's Reverse Fate is the second best gun in every category.
Okay.
Like, I split the guns into four sections. One is just you use it for the ability to help the abilities of your Ascendant. Doesn't really help there, so it's not really in that one. But the other ones are mobbing guns. It's the second best mobbing gun after the Thunder Cage. bossing guns, it's the second best bossing gun after the Enduring Legacy. And Glade bossing guns, and it's the second best Glade bossing gun after the Python.
Okay.
I've already really invested into the best gun for mobbing and regular bossing characters. So I thought, why not just skip to the Python?
Yeah.
Don't know, I actually haven't checked. Far enough to the Python.
Oh, nope, okay, we're good there.
There isn't much time. We have to hurry. Damn it.
Ingress is on the brink of war is the the description for the start of this conversation. Are we not already at war? Did I miss something?
Yes.
After we applied the
I was
new
confused
Vulgis
about that too.
encryption system to our surveillance assets, it's been non-stop. We now have crucial intel on the size of their forces.
Descendant, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Did you feel there was something strange about Amon's name?
No, I did not feel anything strange about that message. Thank you for asking. End of Vulgis invasion. Acquire commander's files. Whoa! Okay. That's very noticeable.
Yes. The one in Egna Desert is the same as the one you just did.
Mm-hmm.
The one in the other place is different.
Okay. As in the style of the invasion is the same, is what you mean?
Well, it's basically the same dungeon as before, but with what's it called? The same, like it has the same mechanics, the standing on the platform to see the colors.
Yeah.
And the other one has different mechanics.
Oh, okay.
Ones you might find very annoying.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, we have that to look forward to. Wonderful.
At least I found them annoying.
Okay. Well,
at least at first. I eventually figured out trick.
Okay, but this is now going to be the point where speed matters, because if I do this slowly, I get less rewards. Is that right?
Less Haley rewards. If you're not really interested in the character, then it doesn't really matter, but you get 3 for depending on which one. Well, I think that one's 4.5 minutes. You get 3 up to like 10 minutes or something like that. You get actually once you click on it, you'll see the times.
Okay, now I'm just trying to see if there are any other obvious ways to min-max a little bit further, like maybe not using a Viessa reactor.
Yes.
For example.
Is Viessa Singularity? Singular?
No. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know why I had this on. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
this
she's
is actually not
confusion.
Not very good.
So that wouldn't be terrible for
Haley, right?
Yeah, except for the range.
I do like range sometimes, but it's a little bit memey, a little bit gimmicky. It's probably not actually the thing that would be best in most circumstances for optimizing.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be much of a mobbing character. Like I think she's going to be all right. She's going to be better than say Enzo. Because Enzo's best mobbing build is strap on the thunder cage and shoot.
Yeah.
But which thunder cage is really good.
Yeah.
Oh, and you were trashing the electric, or the elemental attack on the thunder cage. That's one of the better options.
Really? Okay. I mean, I liked the combination of the chill plus attribute trigger rate. I was just looking for something that was more pure damagey.
Attribute tribute, or that one is terrible.
Okay, yeah.
But the any gold, what's it called? Electrical, or
Elemental damage.
yes, is going to be really good.
Okay. I mean, that is ultimately where I ended up. It took a while to get there, cost and resource-wise, but that is ultimately what we landed on. And then some weak point damage, which ideally would be a higher tier, of course, but that's, in theory, not horrible either, although maybe that's a little bit more of a bossing type stat, a little bit less meaningful for a mobbing weapon.
I've honestly been spending all my money to get more fine adjustment control accesses because I said I had critical hit damage or hit chance on my Thunder Cage. I don't.
Oh.
I've been trying to farm something on that last spot. So I've got bonus firearm attack 2 versus Legion of Darkness, which is not good.
Yeah, I do generally try to avoid those.
Yeah. But my other options are really good. Electrical attack and firearm attack. Those are the 3 top ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one, it depends. I'm not really, like, it's probably weak point, but I don't go for weak points, like, ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, Colossus would be a good one if you ever use it for Colossus battles, which I don't. I might use it for Obstructor with Bunny sometimes, but not enough for me to roll it on there.
Okay, I think I'm gonna give it a shot.
Yeah, at the least he'll get some money and he'll get some parts for her. The lowest you can get is a 1.
Yeah, and it looks like the day is gonna reset in, well, while I'm asleep anyway, so I might as well just do whatever I can and before the night is over, because I'm not even sure I'm gonna have time to max out all that stuff for the daily allotment.
Why do you go there instead of just doing the infiltration's operation terminal?
I don't know.
Because you can do it straight from Albion.
Yeah, this is true. Oh, okay. That's the usual infiltration. This is the invasion one. It says, yeah, different Haley stuff. Gives you the thresholds for the timer. Okay, yes, if you do it in 30 minutes at least, then you can get that. I highly doubt we're completing this in less than 5 minutes. So it's otherwise, in terms of like number of enemies and the significance of like the mini boss enemies and what have you, it's very similar to the usual infiltration mission, or is it more like the mission that I was just doing earlier?
It's this one is the same stuff that you just did.
Okay.
At least I think so. You didn't go to Vespers, right? You went to Edinga?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's 4 minutes. The other one's longer. The timer's longer. For good reason.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright. We'll give this one a shot. I have a party oh, is that from you? I assume that this is a solo thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't send one, so that must
Okay, there was a dude who was shooting at me from point blank. I suspect it was him. But now, I'm a Descendant on a mission. Okay, so I definitely want to get up there. And then I want to stay up here.
Descendant. The enemy has modified the ancestor's
see.
weapon with
Okay,
Vulgis
so
technology
I would suggest
and are using
long
it to
distance
emit
maneuverability next time.
The gate with it. The weapon contains ancient arcade. The structure on the ground draws
I do the green one
and
first.
Descendant. I will show you the properties of the arcade.
I didn't even see the green one.
Weapon. You can
What
disconnect
is
the energy link
this,
within
and then
the
one that
portal.
was one spot further away?
This one will be broken by the time you get back there.
Oh. Ah, okay, that's why you're suggesting doing it in the other order?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. Wait, what?
And
Did I get the wrong color? No, I had the right. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Well, no, it is the right. What the hell? It's the right color scheme. Okay, now I'm confused.
he broke it.
But it's the color is still lighting up.
The first one wasn't.
It was when I walked over here, seemingly. Okay, well now you can deactivate that. Okay. So yeah, we've already probably spent more time than we would like in this area. Please go away, dude.
Wait, when I saw it, the first one was broken.
I'm pretty sure they were all lit up on my screen for a bit there, so I was very confused as to why that did not allow us to progress. I do kind of like how it shows you the timer in real time.
Yeah. I completed it in like 3 minutes and something.
Yeah,
But
no, there's
I have
no
a very
way.
upgraded bunny.
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting anywhere near that.
No.
Colors do I need? That, and that.
I need like 2 more catalysts and then 100%. Only 1 more mod slot on my bunny.
Do it? Yes. Okay. That was much faster.
Yeah. You can see why I was frustrated before though, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot easier when you see that. Okay, so now I need to be standing on the blue in order to shoot your shield off. That is a very annoying angle. Dude, man.
Yes.
Don't do this to me.
You can just shoot the bubble, you don't need to shoot the
Yeah,
guy
I mean,
directly.
still, I can't hit him, though.
No. No, he has to jump up or something.
I'm going to deliberately go over here to get him to move up. There we go. No! You... Okay, wait. I can still hit the bubble a little bit. Nope. Please move. Thank you.
There's another one across the way, too.
Oh, there is one right next to him. Okay, well, now I can hit him, though.
So I'm in a bit of delay on your screen. So. I never did manage to defeat him in one go.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that either, because I'm dealing very little damage to him, and I am also about to go down. And this is even one of the bosses from the other missions. I don't recognize that.
I don't think so. I think they're new bosses.
Or that one. Oh, and that resets the entire boss encounter, doesn't it?
Oh.
I really hate that mechanic in general. Obviously, specific to this encounter, that sucks, but I think that's a very poor design decision. Especially in solos.
I think they're going to have to, because they're getting a lot of pushback for this season as a whole. Which is kind of disappointing because they did a lot of really good stuff. Like,
yeah, you can see they put a lot of effort in, you can tell, but not convinced that this is the, you know, best systems that they created.
Yeah, well, they changed a lot of things. It's just the things that they screwed up on, like the Haley, the fact that you can't mine for constantly, you have to, except for that 20% chance to get one part, which is ridiculous. And like, you can only get parts of her every now and then, stuff like that. That's just not good. And I'm not a huge fan of mechanics either.
Well, I'm just gonna restart this again if I die. Really annoying. Oh, this sphere just did, or that, little place that I was standing no longer exists.
Yeah, those spheres you get from killing enemies, you can regain health from them if you're not in a frenzied state.
Oh no, I know that. I just mean the little circle that I was standing on disappeared.
Oh.
I did not realize what was going to happen.
I didn't either, but...
Okay.
And I didn't take too long to kill him.
Yeah?
Loading.
Oh, I wanted to be in this mode. Oh well. And then he ran away. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, I saw the Descendant this time.
Oh, right when I use the ultimate. That's really unfortunate. And I also have basically no health, which means I'm about to have this reset on me. I cannot find any health anywhere. Health, thank you.
I think you'd spend a bit less time trying to shoot him and more time just shooting the mob. Just take your time with him.
Oh, I got rid of this circle. And that was... I did not hit a single shot from that clip.
All of you.
Okay, gotta go run. Get health back. Please, someone drop health. Please, someone drop health. Please, someone drop health. Oh my god.
Loading.
There we go. Now, once again, not hittable. Please go down. At least the shield, that is.
I will end.
There we go. Oh, you're right. The last chance? Oh, I did not know that was a thing. Okay, apparently there's a finite number of times he can go into this phase. This would have also been helpful for the game to have communicated in advance. I guess that's my forewarning.
Don't they do that for like every dungeon now? I thought.
But it's not because of deaths.
Oh.
It's because apparently the number of times he switches to the invulnerability phase is a finite number. You can do that.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, you're right. That's something that they should communicate. They're bad at just communicating.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to succeed for that reason. Also, I'm about to die.
Maybe you should upgrade your weapon before trying again?
I don't have a lot I can do on that front.
Yeah, well, I meant like just...
There we go. Can confirm. Finite number of times you can do it. Oh, but it kicks me back out here? Okay, I mean... I thought it was just going to be game over. Guess this is marginally better.
Using the inversion energy as a personal barrier.
Maybe not. Take your time.
You need to attack that device
And
from
don't
above
worry about
and
like, and just go all out. Don't care about how much damage you're being dealt. Like while he's out of the immunes phase, and when he's in the immune phase, don't worry about damaging him until you can do it without worrying about ads.
I don't know which. I did not follow. Because so
when he's immune, damage the ads more than him, and when he's not immune, ignore the ads and go straight for him.
Because it's the I need to take more advantage of the windows in which he is not immune.
Because I notice oftentimes you're just letting yourself be hammered by the mobs and losing a lot of health. So when you can do damage to them, you're running around looking for health.
Trying switching weapons. That's not ideal range for that though.
Or maybe switch to like a, that's a little late to say this.
Yeah,
but
I think I need
a more bossing weapon.
Right, I think that's the takeaway.
Oh. You know the ironheart particles that you can use to upgrade your character in the seasonal amount?
Sure. Theoretically.
I just got some apparently.
So, from...
I forgot you can get them in regular missions. I didn't realize this is one of those missions.
Oh.
I was just farming parts for catalysts.
Okay. This is also extremely frustrating when he insists on hiding in places where I can't hit him.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said use those times to get help.
Have to do this. He's hiding down there. Can't really hit him from any of these spots. Pick up these. Grab it. Yellow sphere now, I think. It's kind of a red sphere in the interior. Really? Come on, man. That's ridiculous. Actually curious if he's going to change to red color once we get rid of that. Is he now? Oh, yellow is still the correct color. Wow. We are not even in frenzied mode. We are still taking tons of damage. Still haven't really dropped any health. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, last chance. Not able to get much damage off that time. So I was, yes, on the verge of death for most of that. Might be able to
reverse fate would actually be really good. Because you haven't put too much into Thunder Cage, maybe you can do that and then just next time.
Go.
There is no forgiveness.
I don't know. Powerful. Yeah, I don't got it. Close. Wow. Okay, we're a split second away. Alright. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I think I'm ending this right now, and I don't think I'm ever doing this content again. I legitimately hate this. I'm not enjoying this at all.
Oh, that's fine. I think there's a lot of people who agree with you. lot. And the bonuses you get from the like the seasonal thing, most of them, the negatives actually outweigh any bonuses.
Okay. Yeah, that's not exactly the encouragement, the incentive that would drive me to push through that type of experience.
Yeah, myself, I'm basically just doing it for the money because I don't know how you have so much. I spend mine as soon as I don't get it. And Haley.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to get Haley because I am intrigued by trying her out, especially if she could be a really good bossing character. But I mean, yes, I'm sure I could probably have a little more success if I were to take a more bossing centric weapon, but that was just excruciating. Yeah. That experience, I really, really did not enjoy that.
Want me to explain the other one?
I suppose so in that case, because I'm not sure I'm about to try. I mean, I guess I could try to jump in.
I sent you an invite, by the way.
Okay. Let's see.
While you have to, there's these like organic things on some pillars, and you have to shoot them off. And when you shoot them off, you can see the symbol on them, and depending on where it is, and there's like 6 of these around, and there's these drones around with the same symbols, and the symbols on the pillar will match the drone, and you have to match the top one's 1, the second one's 2, and etc.
So you have to go in order.
You have to match the pillars to the drones.
Mm-hmm.
Once you do that, you unlock a weapon that can use to either unlock a doorway or to make the boss not immune. And for the doorways, you have to do it twice.
I mean, it's kind of interesting the way in which they're mixing it up. So from that standpoint, I kind of like the theory behind it. On the other hand, it does sound extremely tedious.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. So, do you want to farm for Ultimate Glay or farm for Glay Reactor?
Let's see. Let me just clear out some inventory space.
I need to do that too. There's really not enough inventory space. I mean, I know they do that to make us spend money.
Yeah. But it's gotten to the point where that is one of the more important aspects, or one of the main aspects of increasing my mastery rank that I most look forward to. Like, oh yes, I get 3 more inventory spots, all right. And then 3 more in storage as well? Perfect.
Yeah, I also really like the module capacity. That's why I want to get to 20.
Okay, so I did not get the cooling metallic foils, but theoretically I have the main thing I need for the glaze stabilizer. So it's the catalyst and it's the enhanced cells are the 2 that I still have left for ultimate glay. This is hard pyromaniac, and this one is hard swamp walker. Seem like the 2 main things.
And it's easier to farm the reactors now since they made the changes for void intercepts. Still a pain in the butt. I still wouldn't go for it, but
you would still go with the Colossus fights, you think?
Yeah. Well, I think there's a conversation now. Before there wasn't even conversation. Now you could probably do it. I just don't like the chance to get a thing, to get the chance to get the thing.
Yeah. Once you get enough of those chained together, then the math does not work in your favor.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently I still have 6 of the amorphous materials for the Swamp Walker ultimate glade part.
What number is that?
That is 96.
I have 3.
Okay.
What was the other one?
I don't have any of it, but it's Pyromaniac. One of the Pyromaniac ones. Where was it? 84. 84 and 96.
And I have 0 for any of Pyromaniac, so...
Yeah, likewise.
So, do you want to just go 3 or more of the swamp?
Yeah, let's just start with the Swamp Walker. See where that lands us.
I'll switch to...
Let's see. I might switch off of the Thunder Cage. I think this has more boss damage.
I personally just think the Thunder Cage is a better version of the Albion one. Or the Eternal Willpower Albion. But,
yeah, it's been so long since I used the Thunder Cage that I don't know. I could hop into the lab real quick and try to test it out.
Welcome to
I think you're right. The Eternal Willpower has more bossing potential. It's not by much, and I already have my Thunder Cage all built out, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
Oh, and I have actually upgraded the Eternal Willpower a few times, so it has more upgrades than the Thunder Cage does at this point. So for that reason, it's probably superior, at least for me.
I put in multiple catalysts today, just today on the Enduring Legacy, so I've got quite a bit on him, and I put the last. I've got no more modules to put on my Enzo.
Oh, wow.
My Enzo is fully built out.
Nice.
With 6 more capacity left to go.
Oh, wow. Alright, I think I guess I'm good. Whenever. Oh, let me double check. Wait, we're gonna do Swamp Walker is the one we said?
Yeah.
Okay, I do have Toxic Resistance on.
I no longer do. And I'm going to keep it that way because I want to test out, because they buffed a mod that I want to use.
Okay.
Psychological Victory. Incoming damage modifier minus 10.5 and MP recovery 13.8.
Okay.
So. Okay, you ready to go?
I think so.
I do like in the menu you can just see how much you have. I'm farming the Python right now anyways for my Glay.
Do you have at least the first level of it, or are you upgrading it further?
I don't have the first level.
Okay.
I think I have this part, but actually I think it's researching right now.
Yeah, I think I have 1 or 2 parts, but I do not yet have the full thing yet either.
Yeah. But I'm going to be sticking with Enzo, because right now, like, the math has been done. If Enzo's not in the party, Enzo does better than Glay. If Enzo's in the party, then the Glay will do better.
Well, now we have 2 Glays.
Yeah, well, the highest damaging party is 2 Glays and Enzo and Luna? What's her name?
Oh, yeah.
Pay attention. Don't walk into the puddle.
What are you talking about? Puddle schmuddle. Oh, currently in the
That was just my bad. That was just terrible on my part.
Put a puddle in a very convenient spot there. And I'm standing in one. I am apparently still standing in one.
Jesus! It does so much damage so quickly.
Excuse me, buddy.
Oh, I forgot that lava does damage directly to the health.
Oh, is that gonna, that might get you immediately. Oh, one of those shoulders is climbing. Oh, it's well, someone did it anyway.
Someone managed to climb up there. That's difficult.
Oh, that's the edge of the arena. Don't do that. Oh, okay. Ow. There we go.
Okay, I could res you, but I could have resed him, but I was like, he's almost dead. Let's just
Yeah,
get rid of him.
just finish the job, right? That'll do the trick. Looking for Gwei. We got the Python part. I suspect I had that already.
Yeah, and that's one you don't really care about leveling up.
Okay.
Oh, my game just crashed.
Oh. Well, that's exciting. What's up, Yuri? How's it going? Well, sort of. Sort of. That was not the primary objective for today. The primary objective was to test out the new mechanics from the most recent update that just released. I did not like them. So, we shifted gears a little bit very recently to go the ultimate glay farming route.
Yeah, maybe after you get Ultimate Glay and upgrade her a little bit and a weapon. I would still suggest Greg's Reverse Fate. That's, as I said, the second best mobbing, the second best boss. So you can upgrade that one and you're good for every category. There. Invited you.
There we are. Love the new quality of life features, especially the socket swap mechanic. Haven't tried the invasion content yet. Yeah, it's the invasion content was the thing that was, I don't know what the best word to use to describe it would be.
Frustrating?
Frustrating is not a bad one.
So ready to go again?
Is there anything I wanted to change? I don't think so. Yeah, I guess I'm good.
Maybe this time I won't zone out. Yeah, they did a lot of really good things in this one. It's just the invasion stuff, the Haley stuff. Not the character itself. The character itself is great, but
Go on, I'm
you know,
waiting.
getting the Haley. And I'd also say their battle pass was atrocious.
Okay, I've not looked into that at all, but yeah, I mean, it seems like they got the little things right. It's the big things they kind of messed up. At least with the, I mean, obviously the invasion was supposed to be the primary mechanic. The big new things, so for that to be a little more questionable is probably going to be the defining feature. So I'll be curious to see to what extent they do change things up there, if at all. 'Cause they have been pretty good about making adjustments.
Yeah. Well, people also didn't like the splitting up the season.
Okay.
Because the season was always supposed to be part 1, part 2, part 3. But they kind of advertised it as just one part.
That's a very quick immunity phase.
So, they changed it to combine the last 2 parts and kind of split the difference.
Oh, I saw some mention of that. Yeah, in one of their announcements.
Oh.
Ow. Also, ow. Oh, he destroyed your... Did he destroy your ammo box that you made? Or did it just expire?
Sorry?
Your ammo box that you made. I was about to pick it up, then he missiled right next to it. So I stepped away.
It does run out of...
Yeah, it does have a set duration, so it may have just been that the timing lined up that way, but was strange. Not again.
Get off the lava.
Got 2 ultimate glade parts in the process of void catalyzation things. That's not bad. Oh my god, every time I use that skill is immediately after it starts the immunity phase. There we go.
do really like the, what's it called? The mod I was talking about? Because I noticed I was running out of MP significantly less. I always need more crystallizations. Okay, let's see. Okay, apparently when I go to previous mission, it closes or crashes for me.
Oh, that is weird.
Yeah.
Only toxic plus singular was a meaningful combination. This would be incredible. But alas, it is not.
As long as the character needs skill cooldown.
Yeah, but I assume I have one that actually has other meaningful stats. It is a nice cooldown mod, but I imagine in my stockpile of various reactors I have something like that somewhere.
Yeah, on my Enzo, I have like, it's like a fire singular or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm actually down to 0 power damage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So.
Well, I guess for Enzo specifically, that's not that crazy.
At some point, I might farm a actual Enzo reactor. Did you get the party invite, by the way?
Did I? I'm not sure that I did not.
That's weird.
Now I did. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Irui.
Right, you're in Europe. I was going to work.
Yeah, what?
Oh, this might be a good Freyna one. Secret Garden, too. I think she's really good with that gun. I wasn't even looking for a Freyna one. I was just, you know. But I don't really know what's a good one for her, so I'll just keep it for now. I know she wants toxic and tech, but I don't really know anything else.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the reasons why I have so many of the reactors is I'll basically keep almost any combination of potentially relevant stats and not necessarily being picky about, well, this character prefers duration, this one prefers cooldown, this one prefers mana cost and all that stuff. Or
I
reduce
noticed
cost
you
skills.
were watching me jump around.
Starting a trend here.
I just want to go one more.
Sure. Oh, the way the light was there, it made it look like the lower half of your body did not exist. The lower half of like your shins down specifically blended into the background. I was very confused for a second there. Also, your gun was invisible for a second there. grabbing them. If it will let me do the grabbing. Come on. There we go. And he was very mad at me for having done that.
I was going to grab that bunny, but then the guy started shooting at me.
Oh, that's okay. Got it. Get a little more health first. Oh, yeah. Just got this side.
At levels like this, I don't mind having a bunny, because then it means I have to shoot less ads. Just to, you know, get more mana and stuff like that. But you know, against Frostwalker and stuff, they spend more time on the ground. The other problem is actually just this. They make the berserk phase come much quicker.
What is it exactly that determines how quickly that activates?
I don't remember.
Because I definitely have noticed there are some things that seem to set it off much more quickly than others. You'll see times when it just shoots up.
Okay, yeah, she's getting laid into. I'll just kill the swamp thing.
There we go.
Rather than dying picking her up, I'll just kill the swamp thing.
Yeah.
Final masterpiece.
More Python for me.
I don't think I got any Python.
Isn't it, I think it's along with the final mastery piece, the tied for the most common, right?
Yeah. So, what do you want to do now?
Let's see. Let me just quickly sort through this stuff.
Maybe go back to Albion and we can sort through stuff there?
Yeah. Well, sorted. So,
I really do think the Colossus fight should give weapon XP.
yeah, it does feel strange. I mean, even character XP, they don't give any of that either, right?
I wouldn't want character XP because it would encourage people to go in with underlevel. There's enough people who go in with, you know, with my Frostwalker fights, twice someone came in with level 20 glaze.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like, no.
Yeah, so I have not tried Frostwalker yet. I have, of his various amorphous materials, one 2, and 15.
I do not have that much.
So at some point in time, theoretically, it's a boss that I should attempt to farm, but it sounds like it is not the easiest one to do that on.
Oh no, I would level up your character, like I would put catalyst in your character and stuff like that a lot. Yeah, I have one amorphous material for him. And I got it today.
Huh. Yeah, for me it's
That
the
mission?
Ultimate Bunny one, 117.
I don't have any of that one. I went for a Divine Punishing one because I wanted to get that class, that
Oh, yeah.
what's it?
The quest done?
out of my log.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't care about the reward. I already have that mod. I didn't care about it whatsoever. I just wanted that class out. That quest out. Why do I keep saying class?
There's some specific wiping mechanic on Frostwalker, right?
Yeah, you have to knock off parts, and when you knock off parts, they'll leave these red glowing dots on the ground, or balls on the ground, and one person has to pick them up, and if the area around them, they'll be immune from the wiping mechanic. However, you don't want to pick them up too early, because the Frostwalker could knock those balls off. So at like 7:40, one person would go around picking them all up, and then everyone would huddle around that one person.
So it's only one person who gets these like immunity stuffs, and then everyone needs to be close to them to remain safe?
That's how it used to be. However, they changed it so that the more parts break. Like before, the things that come out of the knees that make him immune, those didn't leave any parts on the ground. Now they do. And like the big shoulders that are like the obvious weak points, those didn't leave stuff on the ground. Now they do.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? There's more
they
of
made
them.
it much easier.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, does that mean that he also is going to do that attack more often and require you to collect them?
No, they didn't change that.
Okay.
From what I can tell, they wanted one really hard boss at a time. So when they introduced Gluttony, they nerfed him.
I see. Yeah.
And from what I've seen, when they introduced the new boss in October, they'll nerf Gluttony.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I think I can support that, at least in theory.
I think there should be 2 really hard bosses for the people who have already grinded everything out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think 1 is a little small.
Yeah. But in general, the idea of having there be 1 or 2 really difficult bosses, and then as new ones get introduced, making the old ones a little bit easier to make them a little bit more accessible.
I agree
think that's
with
a
that in
decent
theory.
idea.
I just don't like the 1.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the fact that there's a Frostwalker and then the easier one after that. That I didn't like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really know anything about Molten Fortress.
He's apparently like easier than Obstructor. There is a wiping mechanic with him. I haven't looked into it though. I should though.
Oh wow, I have a bunch of stuff for Dead Bride. Oh, why?
I don't have much for anyone. I usually just use it. I have a lot for Devourer, but
I do not have any for him. Yeah, for me it's a ton for Frostwalker and apparently a decent number for Dead Bride, but it's distributed across different ones. More than I would expect for Dead Bride. It's not like I was targeting one particular thing.
So is there a part you want to hone in on?
Let's see. So what was the other way? The other ultimate glade part?
Pyromaniac.
Question was Pyromaniac. Okay, yeah, and I don't have any for him. So I mean, could do that. Could try to run a quick dungeon for that to at least make an attempt at it, but I feel like that's maybe something that is better done in volume, in preparation, so that we could just run the boss repeatedly rather than having to switch back and forth.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I mean, I'm half tempted to at least poke my head into that other invasion mechanic so that I can at least see firsthand what it's like. From what I saw with the first one and from what you were saying, I am not particularly encouraged. I mean, again, in theory, it seems like kind of a interesting idea, and just that it is a new way for there to be an encounter that's a little more complex than ones we've seen in the past. But at the same time, yeah, I don't
they
know.
designed this for people who have upgraded their characters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they upgraded everything. They are ready to go at hard mode. Everything has to offer. And it's like, oh, here's something to give you a challenge.
So it's very much meant to be sort of the end game experience type of thing.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the next way to progress the characters. Although, if you take a look, if you go to your inventory and go to at the below the descent modules, you'll see the inversion reinforcements. If you look at them, there's not really anything that...
Increase max HP, but reduce health. Fire resistance and up, but skill cost up. Consume all MP. Cover HP proportionally to the amount of MP consumed. And explosive attack. I mean, on the right character, namely Bunny, you might be able to get away with that.
Which one was that?
The survival, just make yourself faster. I didn't even see the first part.
That?
When HP is 20% or less during intercept battles. Oh, never mind.
Yes.
That's kind of an important component. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't even reading that for any of them. When defeating an enemy, after reload, if hit while at 10% HP or less and you do not die, that's when... Okay, well, to be fair, in that case, that's maybe a circumstance in which you would be okay with consuming MP in order to gain HP, but that's still... Yeah, I don't know. That
not
could be
something...
I don't know. I'd be intrigued to see what that's like. It could be impractical or it could be life-saving. It could be a combination of both. During the Order of Truth invasion, grants identify energy source. Causes an additional hit when hitting the lesions attached to the arcade container with the firearms. That's very much based on the specific invasion missions. Oh, I just assumed the numbers, or the types of stats remain the same, but the numbers go up as you go down, but that is not the case.
Yeah, the bottom one's season, so the first two are directly correlated to the different types of, to make the mission, the inversion easier. Those are the only two I've unlocked. And the next two, one of them is to do with the weapon and the battle pass, which I'll see how the reviews come in of it, but it doesn't look like it's a very good weapon.
Okay.
Looks like it's just a worse Thunder Cage.
Okay.
And the other one looks very targeted towards the Haley.
Oh, yeah, the one that reduces or activates when your speed is low.
Yeah.
Which is something that she does. That makes sense. All skills are on cooldown. Grants unconsciousness. Unconsciousness decreases the cooldown of the next skill used by 8%. It also makes you go to sleep. Why do I have any inversion reinforcer experience? Is that from the lead-up missions that I actually completed? Not for the ones that I did not actually succeed at. I assume that gave me nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll... So would you say that the other type of invasion mission that I did not yet do is more challenging?
Oh yeah, I barely got the gold. The other one I got gold fairly comfortably. That one I barely got gold.
Alright. I might poke my head in just to see what it's all about and to have a baseline in case they do choose to change anything going forward. I have a little bit more of a sense of, you know, what it was like originally, which could be kind of interesting.
For the inversion reinforcement, that last one at the end, that's like more separated than the rest. You automatically get that, and you don't have to, you know, activate or anything, as long as you have all the ones before it unlocked.
Okay. Okay, so it's like a bonus for getting all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And you can only have one of each, like hunt or attribute or recovery. You can only have one at a time unlocked.
Okay, so you have to choose. Assuming you have unlocked several, you have to choose your favorite.
Or I should say activate it, yes.
Okay. Alright. Well, yeah, I guess I'll go into the type of invasion encounter that I've not yet tried just to see what it's all about. By no means do I expect to succeed. I'm basically just trying to see what it's like, and assuming that I'm not going to like it.
You should really go for the thing in Albion that's much quicker than running there. The infiltration operation terminal.
Oh, true. In this case.
The thing I'm standing on.
Standing in, yeah.
Yes. I expelled you from the party, so you may go in peace.
I'm surprised you were able to escape from that sphere you were trapped inside of.
I also think one thing that I think they should do is that, you know how I can go through you in Albion and I can't out in the world? We really should be able to go through each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Minus 87.7% chill skill power. Sorry.
Yeah, all of them will have some sort of...
But that's, I assume that's for the players, not for the enemies, right? Yeah, so...
Don't think we have an enemy with chill except for Colossus.
Well, there are some that have freeze effects, at least.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, not good news for Viessa, or people who have unlocked Haley. Alright.
Haley just does insane damage.
It does seem like her skills have some pretty big numbers on them, and can scale off one another.
Yeah, her 2, it's already gotten up to 10 million damage on Colossus.
Oh.
Descendant, there are ancestor drugs which give off inversion
Try
energy
this
and
out.
a container with unidentified RK stored in this location. The enemy aims to artificially combine these two forces to cause an inversion overload explosion.
Okay, so there's the
They have also
pillar
blocked
thing.
off the entry path with the Order's malignant
There's
tumors.
drone.
First, remove the tumor from the container to reveal the RK stored inside.
Yes, you have to shoot the
this
pillar.
They will have already
Okay,
identified
get
the
the
RK's
backwards
properties.
C. And I shoot the backwards C.
No, you don't have to shoot the backwards C. You just have to like look at the where it is. It's at the bottom, so it's the 4th. So the C should have 4 on top. But you shouldn't just look at that one. You should look at the other pillars as well, because if you fail, it'll kill you.
To cancel out the blast energy.
I look at 2 and look at the order and figure out from there.
What?
You see the dots on
I
top
do.
of the sea?
I do see the dots, but then
it's the fourth.
What? Why? How do the dots matter exactly?
The top of the pillar is 1, the bottom is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 on the pillar.
Oh, okay. It's like.
Yeah, but there's like a bunch of different pillars, and all of them except for 2 have, you know, different letters or symbols on it.
Okay.
But there are different places on the thing.
How do I know which of the drones corresponds to which of these things?
You have to shoot multiple different pillars and look at, you know, where it is on the pillar. Like there's 4 little growth things. You have to shoot along all of them to see. Some of them have nothing on them, but most of them have something on them too.
Apparently that kills me.
Oh, that was just took too long.
Oh.
But you saw it was on the 3rd spot. So the one you were looking for had the C and the I above it. You had the C at 3 and the I at 1, but it's changed now. So
like that doesn't have anything. Does it always only have 1 at most?
Yes.
Okay, so it has that thing at the bottom. But what do I do once I figure that out?
You have to look at multiple and see like where multiple of them are, because sometimes that multiple will have the that symbol at, you know, one place. So you look at multiple pillars and see where it is on those, and then find the corresponding pillar or corresponding drone.
I don't understand how a specific drone is tied to a specific pillar.
Okay, the symbol, I forget what symbol it was, but it was on top, and then there was another symbol that was at 3rd place.
If this symbol, or the, I don't know what to call it.
So you're looking for one that has that symbol at 4th, and the other symbol at top, at 1.
It makes no sense.
That's the one, actually. That one there, it has the C at 1, and it has the I at the 4th spot.
Okay.
So if you activate that, it'll do the glowing thing, and you'll get a weapon.
I don't understand. I don't understand anything here. I do not understand how those things are tied to one another. I do not understand what you mean by finding that. I just don't get it. I don't really care to understand it. To be blunt. In part because it feels like it is extremely unintuitive. But okay. So try a little bit more. It's like I find this. The bottom symbol is there. I still don't get, so okay. Does that mean I need to find a drone that has that as the bottom symbol? And by drone with the bottom symbol, does that mean based on the numbers of dots above it?
Dots on top of it.
Okay, not based on the positioning that it is on the drone. It's like I need to find the drone.
It's kind of the positioning. They're always going to be the same order, but it also depends on which way you're looking at the drone. So that's why they have the dot on top.
Drone with the 1 next to that thing. All the or is it that? Or is the bottom 4? Okay, maybe the bottom is 4, in which case they all have that.
Yes, that's why you have to look at multiple, because sometimes they'll have the same one at the same spot.
Okay, so I know what the bottom spot is supposed to be on the drone.
Yes.
Now I'm trying to figure out what other spots
to
are
look at a
supposed to be.
different one is.
I suppose there's 3 on the one that has lots of edges. Probably check the same one repeatedly. Okay, so I found this. Now what? I found 2 of them. I know what the 4th and 3rd are supposed to be. Okay. The C is the 2nd one. Yep.
So yeah, that drone there should be the one. If you just activate it, then you'll get the weapon.
Oh.
Or just stay in the circle right now. If you just stay in the circle.
Yep. I got it.
It'll activate us on there. Now you got the weapon. Now you have to shoot the passageway, or shoot the dots on the passageway. For the A, B, and C. I hate that weapon.
Okay, so now I need to do it again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want that to be the 4. 3. Wait, what? Neither of those match.
Oh, then you can just go to the other one.
And now I already forget what it was.
It was the many-pronged one at the 4.
Pronged at 3. Where's the... Many-pronged at 4. Okay, so... Can I initiate it from here?
Yep. It is a speed thing, so... You have to be able to do it. Just stay in the circle when everything glows. And
yep, okay.
All the enemies will disappear.
Alright, I've made it through 1 door. Wonderful.
Now I have to do it again.
Yeah, well, I mean, so much of it is just decoding how the system works. Because, my god, is it horribly, and by horribly explained, I mean it is really just not explained. And not the most intuitive how the different aspects interact with each other.
By the way, the boss is hard.
Okay, well, I mean, as I was saying before, I don't really expect that I'm actually going to finish this. I'm mostly just trying to see what it's like. Now I feel like I've at least kind of learned it. The basics. I've already lost track of which one of these. Where are the pillars of it?
I just like that some of them don't have.
Yeah. Okay, so whatever that thing is in the 4 spot, so it's not that. It could be this. This one? I know what's this top. No information there. Same one as last time. Nope. Where are the other pillars? This one?
There's some. There's another one right here. Right behind there, yeah.
Okay, that's 2. One is 2. Okay, this might be right. It has 2 of the right pieces, so I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. I even go for 2 and
oh, it wasn't it.
Well, you were about to die anyway, so.
Oh, okay. So I pretty much had to try it. I could not find the pillars.
Well, that's probably why I had to restart it. And I looked at YouTube videos.
That one has nothing. one is in the 3 spot. Many pronged is in the top 3 pronged 2. Top 2 pronged 3, that's right. Top 3 pronged 2. It might be this. We're gonna try it. It was that. Does it matter when you shoot this stuff? Like, are you technically supposed to shoot when the eye is open? Does that deal more damage or something? Doesn't matter?
I thought the same thing. No, I don't think so. One thing about the things on the pillar, the damage of the bullet doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's just how many times you hit it.
Yeah, it's always just doing 1.
Yeah, so
just
like,
a fast-firing weapon is ideal.
Or a shotgun.
Oh. So the C is 1.
The first use case of a shotgun.
In there. Excuse me. Is this the one that I checked before? I don't know. Oh, I don't know that shit. That's 3. C is 1, so that's not it. C is 1, that's not it either. Okay, so I do know the answer if I can find it.
Was C 1 or 3 or 4?
I thought it was 1. I think it's this. There we go.
If you're making confirmed noises, you must be right. And you are, I see now.
Okay. Oh, don't walk off the edge. Yeah, this is the boss.
Descendant, the commander of the Order of Truth has malignant tumors.
Which, again, I don't really expect to actually defeat. Okay, time until explosion, 2 minutes. I do see that. Oh! I remember this from
Yeah, you need to do the pillars again.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that portally thing from one of the Void reactor boss fights. Yeah, got that. A chalice in the 4 spot. Nothing there. Where the other ones are? Chalice is the 4. Backward C is the 2. Chalice 4, backward C 2. Where are the drones? Chalice 4, backward C 2. Chalice 4, backward C. Oh no, that's 3. Okay, that's not it. Chalice 4, backward C 2. Yep. Try this. This might be it. Hopefully it is. Yep. Okay, now do I use this to attack the boss?
Yeah.
Oh, he
One of those
moved.
special weapons will,
I'm about to die.
yeah, get some help.
Oh, and then you can... Oh, I see. Oh, well, I'm dead, which is probably going to cause me to restart the entire encounter. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Descendant, the commander of the Order of Truth has malignant tumors throughout their body.
Oh, I did not listen to the description the guide gave before. Now, that's disturbing. What spot was that? Was that... Uh-oh. Was it the 3 or the 4 spot, that one?
It's 3.
The 3? Okay. Wait, it wasn't that simple though? I thought it was that simple. That at the 4. Chalice is the 4. 3 is the Reaper. I think it's this. But I definitely could be wrong. For some reason that one is getting very confusing. Okay, that was it. Did I pick it up? I did. Really, dude?
You should pick up the health.
One moment. Oh, don't use the shield.
Yeah, I hate the shields.
Loading.
God. Oh, does it stop at exactly half his health? That might not be a coincidence.
No, it's a timer.
Oh, it is? Okay. It might be slightly less than half.
He had the same yellow bar.
So technically you could just wildly guess at one of the drones, right?
Yeah.
Obviously that's...
You'd have to restart it.
Yeah. C in the 3 spot.
Yeah, once you figure out where it is, you have to
C3 chalice 4.
That sounded rude. Sorry.
No worries. C3 chalice 4. You. C3 chalice 4. It could be this. Ooh, the infector. Go. Excuse me, sir. Please don't do that. Oh, don't do that. Got him. One piece.
No.
All right, mission accomplished. What's up, Silent? Yeah, right. Now just do it. What, like 35 more times, or fewer than that if I were quicker, for one of the pieces.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Ooh. That's actually, well, if that were maximum ultimate rarity one, that would have actually been half decent. But
I don't think it matters. Because you get them all the same way.
oh, it was a random external component.
Oh.
But yeah, one of the Haley components is ultimate, whereas the others are just rare, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't really. They're not any more rare than any of the others.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, at least we can say that we made it through fully through one of those types of encounters. But the other one, we at least learned how it works. Can't exactly say that we succeeded with it, but yeah, Silent, have you tried it yet yourself? Because it's an experience. Kind of started to figure out the second kind just then and got into a bit of a rhythm with it. The first one, we definitely messed up the format in the early stages, but then I forget exactly what it was that was throwing us off
boss.
at the boss. Yeah. No, we just...
I think you just couldn't get enough damage out.
Right. With a better weapon, then maybe it would have changed things considerably, because we just wouldn't have to have done as many phases, but we just quite literally did not have enough phases to take him out. We got, I think, like, fractions away on our latest attempt on that one, where, you know, I think we're reloading at the last second as well, so if we didn't have to do that, then maybe we would have got it, but not quite.
If I were you, I'd switch to Greg's Reverse Fate and just put an energy activator in it. If you did that, I think you would do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And switch the option in the menu to
make it fully automatic
instead. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that'd be enough. And we did upgrade Greg's Reverse Fate a little bit earlier today, so it's, at least with the unique ability, so it's theoretically a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and it's a really strong unique ability, so.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good gun otherwise without it, but with it, it's really strong. Although, for the later bosses, like Gluttony...
Well, I think...
But, like, until that...
Yeah, I'm a ways away from being at that point.
Yeah, not Berserk, invulnerability.
Yeah. What do they call it? The Frenzy phase?
Yeah.
But I think it is getting late enough for me at this point that I should probably call it a night here. And, you know, it's a bit of a high note to end on, where I know I was expressing my frustration with some of the new mechanics, and I'm still not a big fan of them, but at least we can say that we gave each of them an earnest attempt, and we did succeed on the more recent one, but, you know, I'm still not thrilled about
tell you the truth,
having that be the primary thing we're looking to do for, you know, the next however long.
I don't actually mind it.
That second type, I feel like I might have preferred, for whatever reason, even if it was longer time period wise. I don't know, and maybe I got kind of lucky at times with just only looking at two of the symbols and guessing from there, and might not have been guaranteed in all those cases, but got it, I think most of the time.
No, you're pretty much guaranteed. Like, it's not a guarantee yet, but like it's going to be like a 99% chance.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was harder for me because I was going for the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, is I wasn't really worried too much about how quickly I did it. I just wanted to finish it.
And it was very difficult to go for gold.
Yeah.
But like, if you get gold every time, it'll take 12 days, and that's if you get, you know, the right amount in each category.
Right.
So if you I think at some point they're...
Yeah. It takes a long time.
At some point they're going to have to raise how many you get per...
Yeah. Oh, and that's
even if it was just
good
6
point.
days.
Yeah, I mean, because if I were to, you know, refuse to partake of those types of missions for however many days, then I am functionally delaying the amount of time it would take me to get the new character, Haley, which is, you know, the obvious thing. But also, if I'm only going to get bronze ones when I do ultimately end up doing it, and they don't improve the rate at which you receive the crafting materials, then I could still just flat out run out of time. Because there's a long time to actually finish it, if it is mostly, if not entirely, bronzes that you get. Miss the gold one on Echo Swamp by less than 4 seconds? No. Yeah, so I don't know how... I feel like I'm caught in a horrible situation where I really don't want to do those encounters. On the other hand, I am basically forced to do them because otherwise, at a certain point, it will become impossible to unlock the most recent character.
Well, I'm sure, like, next season, they're going to introduce some new way to get her.
Yeah,
They'll probably
I
have
guess.
some patterns and stuff.
Yeah.
And they might hear the outcry, and instead of increasing the chances to get them in there, they might just put some patterns in the game with Haley in them.
Yeah, that would
Plus,
be
do
nice.
you even have enough Descendant bots?
I have 2 spots remaining, and I don't yet have any of the ultimate characters, so if Ultimate Glay is the one I'm focusing on for the time being, that's one of the 2 remaining slots, and then I guess I was probably thinking it would be Ultimate Bunny in the other spot, and maybe once I have them, I would scrap the normal versions of those characters and create some space that way, but yeah, it would get a little cramped for Descendant slot space.
I'm probably going to... I have some coins left over from my $100. I'm probably going to end up purchasing some spots. Because I have 3 spots left. I have Bunny and Ultimate Bunny, so I'll end up deleting the Bunny. I have Valby, so when I get Ultimate Valby, I'll have another spot. And then then I want Ultimate Ultimate Viesa, Ultimate Ajax, and Ultimate Lepic. You know, that's pretty much all of them. Blair was actually upgraded this season.
Oh right, I think I saw
There's
that.
Haley, who's really good. Don't really want Luna. Eugen's really good.
I don't really know anything about you other than that he's a support character, but I feel like I never see anyone play him.
He's actually crazy good at mobbing.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. Well, with a specific mod.
Does he have a Transcendent mod that turns him into a much better offensive character or something?
Well, I think it's called Contagion, where if you kill an enemy after he's been hit by one of your abilities, he explodes and everything around him explodes.
Yes, I think I do have that.
Yeah, that one's the best mod for him.
Yep, I do. Oh wait, what? Contagion is for Freyna.
Oh, wrong one. That one's actually the best mod for Freyna.
Okay.
Although
we'll take it in
that will
case.
change with her ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now it's at the beginning people thought, you know, Freyna's a good mobbing one, and now she's there. Everyone's like, yeah, she needs an upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Oh, proliferating allergy is, I'm assuming, the one that you're referring to.
That's the one.
Yeah. Well, I have not made any efforts to get. I mean, Eugen, despite being a normal, like non-ultimate character, you can only get his crafting materials very late on, and I thought I saw that the percentages are quite low as well, almost as if he's an ultimate character.
Yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to go for him. I know he's good, but I don't think I'm actually going to go for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, geez, I was just looking at one of Eugen's pieces, and it's hard, 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 and one piece that you can get on normal.
Right. Right. It's like end game stuff.
Oh my god, his code you can only get on hard.
Whoops.
I haven't even seen that in Ultimate characters except for Clay.
Yeah. I mean, he might not be an ultimate character, but he might be similar in terms of difficulty to acquire.
Yeah, 2 of his 4 you can only get on hard. So yeah, I don't think I'll be going for him.
Yeah.
Oh! I did get 1 Haley component from a mission today.
Oh, nice.
So I have 13 components out of 148.
Only this were ultimate rarity. Oh, that might be the one that I was talking about at the end of the previous mission.
I don't really care for the module.
Yeah,
at this point,
I'll throw them on sometimes for farming, but yeah, I've been starting to go more toward pure defensive stuff as been delving further into hard mode.
Well, lately I've been looking at my modules and go, oh, I have 1,400. I'm about to run out. I better, in case if I...
Speaking of which, how many do I have?
In case I get Transcendent draw mob drops.
Yeah.
Or a mob module.
All
Anyways,
right.
I should let you go. You should go to bed.
I gotta get some rest, but thank you for stopping by. Thanks for
And I just saw
the help.
echoes there. So I don't think I ever listened to it. So.
Well, I kind of like this one specifically. because it leaves a very cool image in the background here. Well, hold on. It'll be a dramatic way for us to end the session. So
I jumped over the fence and then I jumped over the edge.
I also did that on multiple occasions trying to get to this. You are not alone. You are not alone. We don't need to talk about that, though. We totally did it on our first attempt.
Okay.
We are very experienced at this game.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All
Talk to you
right.
tomorrow
I'll catch you later. All right. Well, as I said, I do think this is a good time for us to wrap things up, and it's good that we were at least able to finish one of those new encounters before the night was through, so it wasn't as if we cut ourselves off early on both of them. And in both cases, I still feel like we got basically the full sense of what the encounters are like. We just, as I was saying, got the tiny slivers of health left on one of the bosses for that first round of stuff we were doing. With that, I mean, we do, of course, still have, maybe I'll do some of those things in between streams, although, as I said, I'm not really all that enthused about them, so I'm kind of hoping that they get changed, / the drop rates get improved, or whatever, and that happens soon, so we don't get caught in a place where we cannot possibly craft Haley before the season is over, but we'll see. Otherwise, there is always things like Ultimate Clay, or Ultimate Bunny, various Ultimate Weapons that we've yet to get, so there are still different directions we could go in, even if the new shiny content is not necessarily the thing that intrigues us the most. And, alright, instead of falling off, we will wrap on this note.